Okay, Iran, America, Israel, Epstein's fury, failure, um, Republicans mad at Marco for saying Israel made us do it. Iran cleric meeting bomb. Tellerico Crockett, Texas. Nita Allen, North Carolina. 4. Wait. Oh, I was saying I was going to see the derm this morning, but I stopped. Well, yeah, I was going to go see the dermatologist this morning, but it turns out it's not dermatologist. Turns out it was like the same esthetician that I went to before with Austin, and that only led to a hole in the side of my cheek, and that's it, and nothing else. And they're still here. So yeah, this is what I saw on, but that's not the main one. Anyway, don't touch it. Whatever. DroneGate, new failed meta. Oh yeah, they're trying to cancel me. And by that, by cancel, I mean like literally trying to get the government to kill me. They're claiming, like, all of the big pro-Israel accounts are claiming that I'm doing terrorism. I'm doing terrorism. I'm like teaching people how to commit acts of terrorism. It's pretty funny. But yeah, there's that. I'll talk about that as well. You turn my girlfriend into a soundboard. How do I get her to stop from saying fa? You can't. Well, it's literally penetrated my consciousness as well. I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes I'll be talking to someone in the real world and they say like something poetic, and I think like, well, that's a bar, and in my mind I want to go fa. Does that happen to you guys too, or is that just me? I'm not even kidding. Oh yeah, there's the president. There's the Jesus Christ is making us do this religious war shit too. But you're brain rotted? I am brain rotted. I straight up am brain rotted. But yeah, this is the thing.
چرخ زمین و زمان به کفت قبله و قبله نما طرفت مسجد و معبد و دیر و کنیسه به سایه ایوان نجفت مسجد و معبد و دیر و کنیسه.
The Shias have a very interesting like poetry tradition. Jesus famously loved when white people occupying Palestine started wars. As a Canadian, thanks for the CBC interview. It seems a bit choppy. They removed a ton in the editing. Yes, it was much longer, but they did that for brevity. They didn't do that for any other reason. They weren't like censoring me or anything. Bro, you are showing Arab people singing, and if that's not, first of all, these aren't even Arab singing. These are Persian people singing. They're gonna get real mad at you for saying that. That's number one. And dude, did you see Hezbollah still has ballistics? I did see that. Yes. According to the Israeli army, all the
saying, "Hey, look what your boy."
Bruh, what the fuck? Hey yo, chill. This is the second time, bro. It's not. Yo, I don't like that. I don't like that. Hold on. God damn it, dude. God fucking damn it. I hate this shit. Can't be the internet. Some program is restarting. We hear the sounds. No, you hear the OBS reconnecting. It goes in and out for like a second. Like it just hard cuts. Like the upload goes out completely and then comes back. And it's like 1 second. It's not like that crazy. Would you say there's a meaningful distinction between the Ottoman belief in divinely sanctioned conquest of Constantinople under Mehmed II and modern religious national narratives that frame the state of Israel as a fulfillment of biblical prophecy? Or are they structurally similar expressions of faith-based political diplomacy? That's actually a really interesting question. And my answer is one is colonial conquest happening in 2026. The other is happening against an empire in 1453. So regardless of what the actual ambitions were, regardless of whether they sincerely believed that they were expressing the desires of some sort of like divine intervention or not, is completely irrelevant in this day and age. You know what I mean? We're in 2026. It's not fucking 13th, 14th century, 15th century shit, right? Also, Israel's complete domination over vassal states in the region, and also the people that it like subjugates to living in an apartheid structure as a settler colonial vestige of Western imperialism is a little bit different than the Ottomans, like, you know, taking the Byzantine Empire to task, right? It's kind of my point. My whole point is that like these things used to happen throughout history, certainly, except, you know, we should have evolved past that point. We know that it's like not good, right? Like siege and conquest of that sort. Yeah. Constantinople was the most fortified city in the world in the 15th century with several layers of walls is true. China is pressuring massively to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Yeah, China should put the pressure on someone else other than Iran, I think. There's always two parties involved, you know, or sometimes three, but there's two different you know, warring factions here. Will China trade max and worry about potentially destabilizing the energy supply of that side of the world, or will China realize that that instability is ultimately short term? But in the long term consequences of like maybe leaning in to a yet another plank that is working against the interests of the Amer-Israeli empire could potentially yield tremendous benefits down the line for them. I don't know. I think they trade max though. Like I think they just straight up trade max. That's all they care about. Meanwhile, though, I will say, I mean, speaking of like China's interests here, I don't think it's an accident that America has withstood more casualties than ever expected in these bombing campaigns, specifically in the Gulf states. There is not enough evidence for this right now as it stands, but I suspect that Chinese surveillance is playing a big role here. I don't think the Iranian surveillance capabilities are that advanced, especially as it pertains to like literally CIA operatives working outside of like, you know, civilian areas like buildings and things of that nature. I suspect that China is at least like tilting the scale a little bit in favor of the Iranian side here. I'm not talking about MirzaVision. MirzaVision is like commercially available. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something far beyond that, which is, direct surveillance on like clandestine operations that America's engaging in. For you to be able to figure out positioning of like, you can figure out where the soldiers are by hacking their phones, or like hacking Uber, hacking commercial applications that they're using on their phones. That's why CENTCOM actually released the statement telling all of its troops to not use any apps for the time being. But if we're talking about people like State Department employees, CIA assets and whatnot, that's a little bit different. Like, they have a higher level of awareness when it comes to OPSEC, right, than the average troop. The average troop is just like, oh, whatever, I'm just ordering stuff off of my, domestic Uber Eats, whatever the domestic version of Uber Eats is. Whereas like a CIA guy knows better than to do that. So how do you figure out where the CIA guy is? Well, I suspect there's state surveillance at play here. Do you have a source for that? Or just Iran-China alliance? This is pure speculation. Judging by Iran's targeting capabilities, especially as it pertains to like, American service members in the Gulf. Purely speculative, but I suspect. Actually, the CIA guys really like ordering from Fontuan exclusively. Good speculation. We need this propaganda in the West, to be honest. There's a Chinese radar ship that has been in the Gulf for weeks now. Yeah, I mean, China's always surveilling American troop positions. I'm saying, are they sharing some more sensitive information with the Iranian counterparts, or are they not? Considering that the Mosaic operation that has been implemented since the decapitation strike on Iran is completely separate and completely removed from any sort of centralized command, I don't even know if Chinese surveillance has a way to like directly get to the different sectors that are launching missiles independently of any sort of like centralized command. I don't know how much back and forth communication exists right now with some sort of like centralized military command anyway. So maybe it's not. Maybe it's just the Iranians doing it themselves. Maybe there's like, because when you look at the different sectors, maybe the fucking Bahrain quadrant is just, going nutty mode. They're really on it. You know what I mean? Or the Dubai, the UAE quadrant is just really, they're like, this was my moment. Like, I'm going to seize on this opportunity. You know what I mean? I've heard far too many times, I've heard people say, come to Dubai, baby. And it's been pissing me the fuck off. I've been sitting in a goddamn missile launching facility in the fucking mountainside for months at this point, waiting for this opportunity. And I'm really fucking on it, Potentially. But who knows? And perhaps we will never find out. You know what I mean? Depending on things goes, we might never find out. Or we might. Who knows? Like I said. Things are up in the air right now. Did the U.S. consulate in Dubai get hit? I think they're hitting all the consulates now. Like, all of them. God damn it, my fucking hair. I didn't really do my hair at all. And now it's fucking crazy. It's annoying me. You know what I'm saying? It's just frustrating. The Greens are poised to become first nationwide. I'm fucking it up even further now. Hold on. Hold on. I made an edit of your cattle rant. Check my log for links. Shave it all off? Yeah, one day. I might do that. People always say, don't fuck your curls up, but my curls are annoying. There's a One Piece McDicks collab. Way off topic, but the goat's washed. They're Japanese, bro. They don't got internet. Don't worry about it. They don't got internet. Do you think that after Iran burns through the stockpile of munitions and if the U.S. defenses hold, will it be a long drawn out Afghanistan or will they actually make active war across borders? I don't know. I think this comes to a close before the Iranian munitions run out. The Iranian munitions won't run out because they have more munitions than America has batteries. Okay. What can happen, however, is that America and Israel will successfully close off successfully close off all the fucking caves that they shoot missiles out of, or their missile silos, their deposits, right? So that they can't successfully continue striking Tel Aviv. That's what's most likely. That's what the American and the Israeli side are looking for right now. Now, to what level of success they've reached, I do not know. Right? I don't know how successful the Amer-Israeli side has been thus far. We only can speculate, judging by the successful strikes on Israel from the Iranian side and the intensity and frequency of the missile barrages. So, as far as intensity goes, first 3 days of Operation Epstein's Fury, they were definitely a lot more aggressive. They were, continuously pummeling. Are they pulling back? Probably not. I assume that there have been successful targeting and elimination operations from the American and Israeli side. The Air Force consistently is flying over with their drones and looking at where these guys are striking from, and then actively trying to close it off, right? Best option U.S. has is a trade blockade, starve them of imports and exports. Wait, what do you mean? Professor Jiang going viral on breaking points, please. Okay. Oh my God, I know. Predictive history, I know. Okay, I got your rant, cattle rant. I got it. I got your cattle rant. Okay, I'm not going to watch it right now. Here, we'll get started on Zohran Kwame Mamdani, the Shia 12er himself. Let's see what he had to say about Iran.
Off-topic questions as well. Jason, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, do you think Iran is better off without the Ayatollah?
I've said before that the Iranian government has engaged in systematic repression of its own people, even killing thousands of Iranians who were seeking to express the most basic forms of dissent earlier this year. It is a brutal government. And I've also said that while I may be a young mayor, I am old enough to remember the devastating consequences of our country pursuing a war with the intent of regime change in that very same region not that many years ago.
I mean, it's a good take. It's a good take. It's like, what do you expect? He's the fucking mayor of New York City, Bro, why are they asking a mayor about international affairs? Why do you think, bro? Because it's like related to Israel. How many will die from this, Hassan? Brother, I have no idea. They are currently bombing Iran like it's Gaza. I know. They're carpet bombing the shit out of heavily populated areas while they also simultaneously are bombing. Like, they're doing precise bombings on... Look, there's two different assessments here. If you look at the OSINT side that is pro IRGC, or at least more sympathetic to IRGC, broadly speaking, they keep saying, oh, America is only striking naval assets that Iran left behind unattended, or a couple old ass fucking planes that they were never going to fly anyway. And that for the most part, they're claiming victory on some of these launchers that they've exploded. But when you actually look at the videos of the launchers that they've exploded, those are single use launchers. They're not incredibly expensive equipment at all, right? You're basically celebrating blowing up technicals, right? On the American side, the pro-American OSIT side looks at the situation and says Iran is getting destroyed. They're obviously carpet bombing heavily populated areas, and these war crimes are awesome. They love the war crimes. They're doing the war crimes to liberate the Iranian people from their mortal coil, from their bodies, obviously. And I'll show you some of these scenes as well. But then outside of that, they think that the American and Israeli bombing campaigns have been remarkably successful in taking out all of the missile launchers, right? They're like, they're doing it. They're doing the damn thing. They're taking out all the missile launchers. They're destroying the missile launchers, all this stuff, right? What is OSINT? OSINT is open source intelligence. It's just a bunch of dudes on Twitter trying to make sense of what the fuck's going on. And it's, at this stage, it's mostly just AI. Everything is AI. Literally everything is AI. I've seen so much AI on both sides of this conflict. It's very, very frustrating. Zohran is a 12er Shia, so they killed his Pope and then asked him how he felt about it. I mean, it's complex. It's complex. I don't know. I've never actually asked Zohran personally, like, how he feels about that situation at all. And I don't know, really. I mean, he's a fucking American, okay? Zohran is an American. So I don't know how that works. But yeah, look at the situation. This is what Iran looks like right now. Also, I'm a little bit worried. There might be some TOS here, potentially. Oh, there's a dude who was like... Yeah, I mean, the scenes out of Iran are apocalyptic, right? And every time I see someone dancing on the fucking timeline, anytime I see someone dancing on the fucking timeline, it's just like... It's disgusting to me because this is what I see, right? Most Arab state-aligned news channels are only showing the carpet bombing of Tehran and reporting that the U.S. has halved Iran's launch sites. Yes, it is quite difficult because Iran has no allies whatsoever, with the exception of like the third world or whatever, or people who have opinions on American imperialism or Israeli imperialism. Iran doesn't have any like state-backed allies for the most part, right? You got maybe China. Russia's too busy doing not dissimilar things to what America's doing, but in Ukraine, and like North Korea, right? So for that reason, you're not going to get a lot of major news sites covering the perspective of the Iranian population, no matter how complex it is, no matter how many people. No matter how many people that might support the regime, right? Like this kind of stuff is rarely ever seen on Western news. Western news is very much unified on offering justifications as to why this kind of bloodshed has to be done, right? They'll critique the American government a little bit. Maybe they'll even critique the Israeli government, but ultimately they're constantly pumping propaganda to justify this kind of action by being like, well, the Iranian government is ruthless. Like Iranians want to be free of Islam, like this chatter is saying, you know what I mean? Also, for a lot of Americans, like what they don't comprehend is that there is also a very racialized element internally within Iranian society about this kind of stuff too. There's like sectarian infighting about this and in their perspective as well. And then add to that the instability that is being caused alongside the fucking bombing campaigns and whatnot. And now people are saying that the Iranian government is cutting off access to the internet. And you have a completely chaotic situation. I literally know some religious Iranians in London, Lamau. I think at the end of the day, what I want is very clear. Like what my preference is of course for Iran to, my highest priority is for Iran to remain a sovereign nation where the people are free to get their democratic wishes across. What I believe would be the best possible scenario, which is utterly immaterial and utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, is like for Iran to be a fucking, you know, communist country. That would be awesome. Okay. It's not going to happen, and it's utter fantasy. So I'm not going to even fucking bring that shit up. Also, I live in America. My tax dollars are contributing to this death and destruction. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, this is what should happen in Iran. Khamenei was not even remotely comparable to the Pope or the Catholics. Lol, not to get into the nitty gritty, but basically the Iranian government believes in a concept called wilayat al-faqih. Essentially, the government must be run by, yes. I mean, that's not that complex. That is literally the main fucking difference between Shia governance and Sunni governance is that. That's why there are a lot of countries that are Sunni that are secular as well, as opposed to Shia countries that are supposed to have you can have your democratic government, but then on top of the democratic government sits a group of religious clerics that still ensure that the government is operating in a religious manner. Many 12ers in Iran and outside don't agree with this, regardless, not similar to the Pope at all. Yeah. Yeah. There's also another like competing Shia Pope as well, kind of. So, you're wrong. This is specific to Khamenei. It's not just Shia, although it is somewhat in line with historical Shiism. Guys, there is literally no reason for us to go through the theological justifications for different variants between in Shia Islam, not even like talking about sex between Shia and Sunni, but literal variants amongst the Shia interpretation of Islam about religious governance and like what the clerics are supposed to, what role the clerics are supposed to fucking play. We have taken a million different sidesteps at this point from the the incident that's unfolding in front of our eyes, okay? It's okay to like dial it back. Like we're having this conversation. Meanwhile, the American and Israeli government literally blew up the clerics meeting that was supposed to take place earlier today, where they were supposed to pick the next Ayatollah, right? Because there's three, from what I understand, there's three in the line of succession that were chosen ahead of time in the 12-day war. And now you got like 90 clerics getting together and picking who the next Ayatollah is supposed to be. And then the American government fucking blew up that meeting. Not being able to dial any of it back is why the religious sects exist in the first place. So that's a non-starter. Yes, but it's irrelevant to our current analysis. You know what I mean? Because like America's not bomb. America is not bombing Iran, or Israel's not bombing Iran because they're like they think that the Iranian interpretation of Shia Islam is not theologically accurate to the way that Shia Islam is supposed to have like a functioning religious body that is separated from the government, as opposed to the functioning religious body that sits on top of the government. That's the reason why I'm saying like it's fucking immaterial. What the fuck? Yeah, America doesn't believe in Shia Islam. That's why they're actually Salafists. They all believe that Sunni Islam is the way. Muhammad is the prophet. That's it. Nothing else. That's why they're bombing Iran, actually, it turns out. Judging by their allegiances in the region, I wouldn't put it past them, but that's a totally separate point as well. Yes, Trump is Sunni. Trump is a Wahhabist. And that's why he's bombing Iran. Anyway. Two-day party in Iran was communist, but Soviet Union just used them for their oil without really helping. Okay, well, that's also a bygone era, and it's not relevant in this conversation because we're not having. This is not an assessment. This is not an assessment of like how Iran chooses to self-govern. Okay, I'm not having a conversation about that. I have my own thoughts on it. Obviously, I don't fucking agree with it. I am a socialist, and not only am I a socialist, but I'm also a secular socialist as well, even though I'm fairly agnostic when it comes to people's religious beliefs. And again, it's just, this has nothing to do with what's going on in Iran regardless. Although I will say, historically, Khomeini and Khamenei have aligned themselves with revolutionary anti-imperialist sects and socialists in general. So that is true. And also the Iranian revolution initially wasn't just entirely comprised of like the Islamists. It also had it was a popular revolution, and it had a fuck ton of socialists and communists and anti-imperialists in general. It was an anti-imperialist act. So is Iran losing the steam to fight or what? I don't think it's about losing steam necessarily. It's more so about its capacity. So that's the question. The question is, do they still have the capacity, or are they losing that capacity? Is America diminishing its capacity to strike Israel? Is America diminishing its capacity to strike the Gulf states, right? And the jury's out on that. The jury's out on that, at least for the time being. The only way that you can make an accurate prediction on if their capacity is diminished or not is by judging the efficiency in their strikes, right? If they are continuously and it is obvious that they have the intensity in which they're bombing Israel has lowered. It's no longer as they're no longer striking Tel Aviv as hard, and I suspect that part of that is because they have been able to, like, the Israeli and the American bombing campaigns have been somewhat successful, and some of the launches. I'm talking about Israel, chat. You're talking about Dubai. Dubai does not have the same fucking defense systems. The Gulf states are still getting rocked. The ones that are bombing Israel, however, I'm using my language very precisely and very specifically, okay? The Gulf states are still getting slammed. Okay? The Gulf states are still getting slammed. They're still blowing up, potentially they're blowing up the consulates. They're using drones. They're using ballistic missiles as well. Okay? But that's separate. I'm talking about Israel. Are they capable of eating away at Israel's ballistic defenses? And they're not striking Israel as hard as they were before. Okay? Anyway, let's get started here, and then I'll get to all the other stuff in a second. I gotta go pee.
Intensifying, with Israel hitting the compound of the group responsible for choosing Iran's next supreme leader. The strike reportedly obliterated a compound where an Iranian council was supposed to elect the new Ayatollah. Now, Iran state media is reporting that it was evacuated before the attack, and President Trump is saying that it's now even more unclear who might next lead that nation.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports.
CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh joins us live now from northern Israeli city of Kiryat Shimona. So, Nick, just in terms of the compound where several Iranian officials have gathered to choose the next supreme leader, just walk us through what we know in terms of that compound being targeted.
Yeah, sure. Now, the images are publicly available of significant damage to this compound in the city of Qom, where the assembly of experts, according to Israeli sources, gathered. That's 88 senior clerics to essentially choose the new supreme leader. Iranian state media, though, is saying that the building was evacuated prior to the strike, essentially saying that the bid by the Israelis here to kill the committee that would anoint the Ayatollah successor was unsuccessful. We don't know the truth of the matter here, and it's important to point out that earlier on, when we were seeing significant casualties amongst Iran's leadership, we were getting signals from Iranian state media that many of them were actually okay. So it's important here to try and assess the exact truth of all of this. Remarkable, frankly, if indeed 88 senior clerics charged.
In my head canon, I'm thinking that Donald Trump wants to be a part of the cleric meet, and that's why he's doing this, where he's like, I want to be the one who picks the new Ayatollah. I have complete command over Shia Islam. I've been reading the scripture. I've been reading the surahs. I have complete command over this religion. I would like to be a part of the decision-making process. And I think that's what it is. That's why he's like, don't do it without me. Do not do it without me. Trump is a Sufi. No, he's Shia.
With this extraordinary task would in 2026 think they could only do it after the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei in a large group meeting of leadership, decide that they needed to replicate that kind of setting in order to choose a successor.
Iran is a theocracy, good luck is an ideology. It's infinitely more complex than that. Okay.
I should point out too that a similar facility of the Assembly of Experts was targeted in Tehran in the recent days as well. So a pattern here potentially of the Israelis trying to disrupt the succession process. Now, I should point out how incredibly complicated this particular leadership vacuum makes things in terms of de-escalating this war, looking for negotiation. It's clear from some senior Iranian officials, the foreign minister indeed, that the military now in Iran is acting with some degree of autonomy, even with previous
Trump joined the Shia voice and he won. And he was able to win in the VAR when he demanded that he read the surah perfectly and the imam told him you were wrong. He said, "Excuse me, put the VAR on. Turn on the VAR. I did say la at the end of the surah. You are wrong. My recitation of the Quranic verses are perfect." Many people are saying the law was pronounced perfectly. And then the imam was like, "I'll give you my abaya if you're right." And he said, "Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah. I would not like your abaya, my good sir. It's too much for me." Yeah, Trump said,
"May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States."
"I must remain humble. I could not accept your abaya, my good sir."
Issued instructions, so it's not entirely clear if day by day their tasks are being adapted to the particular moment. And if you're also trying to perhaps look for an off-ramp, some kind of negotiation here, if there's nobody in a society as autocratic as Iran actually specifically calling the shots. Remember, they've been dependent on the word of the Ayatollah Khamenei for nigh on 40 years now to tell them precisely what path should be chosen, particularly in a moment as key as this. That is a very perilous moment of vacuum, essentially. You can understand why Israel, that's keen to see regime change and as much damage as possible can be done to Iran's autocracy, will continue to persist with that leadership interruption. But if you are in the White House now and looking for some moment perhaps where you could seek an off-ramp, it's going to be exceptionally hard to do that with what we're seeing now in terms of strikes against the body to choose the Ayatollah's successor.
Israel has bombed the...
By the way, I love that we're doing sane washing a little bit, or not even sane washing, but like trying to predict what the goals are here when it's like very obvious to anyone with working brain cells that the administration has no real definable goals here. They're just going along for the journey, and Israel's goals are the ones that trump the American goals here, and even Trump's goals. And that is just complete destabilization, death and destruction, and making sure that the Iranian capacity to ever combat Israel's expansionist goals, Israel's expansionist agenda is reduced, if not completely destroyed. Okay? They want to turn it into Syria or Libya. So whenever they talk about like, oh, well, it doesn't make any sense why they would be doing this, like, because technically, if you want to get an off-ramp here, if you want to have an off-ramp for a ceasefire, and if you want like Iran to stop bombing, Israel and the Gulf states, and if you want Iran to no longer like potentially collapse global energy markets by threatening the Strait of Hormuz and shutting it off entirely, then you got to let them fucking elect whoever the Ayatollah is going to be, right? And then deal with whoever the next Ayatollah is. Like, that is what it would look like. That is how it would work. Unless Donald Trump is weirdly thinking the IRGC hardliners are much better to deal with than the Ayatollah because they're more pragmatic, they're more strategic, they're not as invested in like, they're not as pious, I guess, as the Ayatollah is, and he's fond of them. He wants Iran to be run by the IRGC as a military junta, and I doubt that that's the case, right? He's like, this Ali guy, very smart. Did you know he's studied Kantian philosophy? Brilliant guy. Lot of war fighting experience. Want to talk to that guy. Want to talk to that guy and hear about what he thinks about Kant. Probably not the case, right? Fun fact, the IRGC were the primary investors in Trump Tower, Baku. Oh, that makes so much sense. So, yeah. Ali, he's so handsome. Have you seen these Iranian guys? I'm looking at it and I'm hearing Reza Pahlavi, right? Everyone says Reza. Reza is the Shah. He needs to be the Shah. But I look at this Reza guy. He's brown as hell. I don't understand it. Who's the white one? Who's the real Aryan? Every Muslim man I talk to, they look white as hell. Handsome. So handsome. Reza Pahlavi looks way more Arab than the other guys. I'm going to go with the other guys. Actually, low-key, I could totally see Donald Trump at some point being like, all these guys, they keep saying, all these Iranians, they keep saying to me, we're Aryan, we're Aryan, we're Aryan. And then I look at these guys in the IRGC, and all of the guys in the IRGC are white. They look like they could be in Europe. Straight out of Central Casting. Have you seen it? The Quds Force. Half of the Quds Force commanders look like they're right out of Central Casting. Hasanabi, why are you suppressing news from Israel? What do you mean? I watch CNN and CBS. I watch American news, chatter. It's virtually impossible for me to suppress news from Israel. American news is Israeli news. Brother, we had the Israeli prime minister on primetime television last night addressing the nation. Fuck you mean I'm suppressing news from Israel? I basically work for Haaretz at this point. Anyway. Where was I? No, this is the kind of, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Look, the Iranian monarch's deepest challenge remains that their dear leader is very brown and the Islamic Republic leadership is very white. It is kind of funny. Not true. If you want to actually see Israeli news, just watch German news. American news are tame compared to that. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I saw this earlier today. Some military commanders have reportedly been accused of telling the troops that the Iran war is part of a biblical plan that triggered the end times. I know. I got that too. Don't worry. Iran live updates. Trump says Navy will escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. I genuinely don't understand why Donald Trump thinks this is a good idea. Like, are you actively putting American troops in harm's way? Okay? This is how you do it. We all know what image we're thinking of, right? It's the image of naval assets being sunk in the Strait of Hormuz, directly in striking distance. Okay? They will fucking pepper that shit with drones. I know these guys have complicated equipment. I know these ships have like tremendous defenses, but if you are trying to Pearl Harbor your naval assets, as the IRGC Mosaic teams are using it as like target practice, slow moving target practice with like drone swarms and ballistic missiles as well. I mean, go ahead, but I feel like this is I don't think this is a smart idea. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they have the smoke. Maybe they have the capabilities of like stopping. Maybe they have the capabilities of stopping the launchers ahead of time, but this seems like an unnecessary risk to take. Yeah, especially, I mean, dude, listen. I feel like the Houthis are also waiting to get active. Our Navy is outdated. No, it's not. That's not true. We have a remarkable Navy. We have all the sophisticated equipment, but it doesn't matter. You can have the best equipment, but if the opposition has unlimited missile barrages, the most sophisticated equipment of all time, which would be like the entire Israeli ballistic and short-range missile defense systems, still fucking fall apart. And we're talking about a much shorter range at this point. We're talking about a much shorter ballistics trajectory and much less sophisticated equipment. There's no like early advanced warning systems that are calculating missile trajectory ahead of time, warning the Israeli defenses ahead of time as the missile is like traversing, 300 plus kilometers. We're talking about a missile that's just immediately launched and then struck. It's like it's a very different ball game at that point. And I don't know how you get away with that. I don't know how you deal with that. Especially considering that Dubai and Riyadh and Bahrain especially Bahrain is a great example of what Iran has within its capabilities, especially in short distance, right? Like fresh off the U.S. fleeing the Gulf of Aden because semi-state actor Houthis missiles were too dangerous for our gold-plated fleet. Trump has a brilliant idea. Exactly. Like, we literally, okay, a lot of people get mad at me and say, Hassan, you love the Houthis, like they're fucking reactionary, blah, 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 all this shit. But the Houthis were not only totally vindicated in their actions as far as the blockade on the Red Sea, but the Houthis also straight up caused the American Navy to evade the targeting distance of the Houthis. And they don't have as sophisticated equipment. Their equipment is nowhere near as sophisticated as the Iranians are, right? Iran is the main funder and main Iran is basically the ones that are making the fucking missiles and the munitions and sending it to the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen. Like, I don't know how if you had a hard time with, as Mark Ames said, the semi-state actor, the Ansar Allah movement, how the fuck do you deal with the Iranians right in their backyard. Effective immediately, I've ordered the United States Development Finance Corporation to provide at a very reasonable price political risk insurance and guarantees for the financial security of all maritime trade, especially energy traveling through the Gulf. This will be available to all shipping lines. Oh my God. The United States Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. No matter what, the United States will ensure free flow of energy to the world. The United States' economic and military might is the greatest on earth. We are testing it. We're testing it. We're testing it. We're testing it. We're doing it. We're going all the way. We're testing it. It feels like Trump is just like, look, we had to do this for Israel, and now I'm kind of stuck in the shit. I'm stuck in the mud. And instead of de-escalating, I'm going to see if the Iranians actually have the capability of sinking a naval asset in the Strait of Hormuz as it is towing a fucking oil tanker. That is crazy. I don't know. I'm not like... Yes, I know the U.S. consulate was hit in Dubai. Stop. Why are you fucking blasting it in the chat? We're going to get to it. Okay, there's more significant updates here. Okay, calm down. Jesus Christ. The reason why the Gulf targets, the Gulf strikes are actually relevant in this equation is because if they can still continue pummeling the Gulf states, they can sure as shit pummel the American naval assets in the fucking region. Polish Oppenheimer looking into the middle distance after his 200th attempt at a baking soda vinegar volcano succeeds after 10 years of trial and error. Oh my God, this will end all life on Earth if we're not careful. Breaking, Poland said it will now work on getting its own nuclear weapons per Bloomberg. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. NATO country, by the way. Oh, dude, things are moving. Things are moving in ways that you... Oh, things are moving in ways that you never thought would move. Never thought. Things are moving so fast. The nothing ever happens guys are completely fucking losing. The monitoring the situation guys are totally on top. Okay? Hasanabi doctrine getting vindication. The end times are happening. It's a remarkable time to be alive, you know? Now is the time of monsters is right. We are officially in the weeks where decades happen, okay? You know how we talk about how there are decades where nothing happens and then there are weeks where decades happen? We're in that week. We are officially at the heart of the week where decades happen. Great acceleration, pushing Iran to a corner and causing them to unleash the full might and their full capabilities because you've backed them into a corner where they have to literally fight their way out of it, killing some of the more restrained elements within Iranian government, which ironically enough is something that I kept stressing over and over again because like the Ayatollah is not super hands-on with all the military actions, but like he has final say on everything, right? And as I stressed to you over and over again, the Ayatollah was the most restrained guy outside of like the civilian government, right? The IRGC is not as restrained as the Ayatollah is, especially after they fucking cleaned the ranks of all the top IRGC people that were more restrained than the younger people that are now in charge. It's pretty wild how spectacular of a failure this has been. And the only W you have to carry for this whole thing, the only W that you can lean into is that you assassinated an 86-year-old man. It is in his home. And it's mind-boggling to me that they keep running around and talking about how exceptional the intelligence has been. It's like, what intelligence? You killed the 86-year-old leader of the fucking state in his home. What level of intelligence is required to find out that the dude was at his house? It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling to me that they're running around being like, dude, Mossad intelligence on top, baby. It's like, bro, he's at his fucking house. He's at his house. You killed him at his house. What do you mean? This wasn't some remarkable feat. And if we're going to talk about intelligence failures, you also blew up a fucking school with little schoolgirls in it, with like 150 plus little girls going to school. Yeah, I also, they were like, just in, Israel spent years hacking Tehran's traffic cameras and monitoring bodyguards before assassinating Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei. I said, you can't claim shit like this and then also act like October 7 was a total surprise. And this is also correct. They murdered an 86-year-old man, one who was willing to be a martyr in his home. I don't think it takes great intelligence to do that. It's like, oh, dude, this was a very sophisticated strike. This was a very sophisticated strike. Okay. What am I supposed to believe here? You know, it doesn't require tremendous sophistication when the dude is just unguarded, you know? He's just at his house. They're trying to sell it as a lot more intelligent than they actually are. That's what it is. Israel, Mossad does have some capabilities, okay? Mossad does have some unique capabilities in clandestine operations and like penetrating deep into Iranian governance, the IRGC. There's suspicion that like the one Quds force commander that keeps like evading all of the Israeli airstrikes might have been a Mossad asset all along. You know, they do stuff like that from time to time, but they also greatly overemphasize their capabilities. Like they regularly lie about how sophisticated their methods are. This is one of those instances, right? Like you're being ridiculous. Like you're trying to do marketing. You're trying to do fucking marketing when you talk about like, oh, we killed the Ayatollah. It was a really crazy operation. It's like, yeah, dude, he was 86 years old. He was at his house. Okay, he was at his house. You're just trying to do marketing. Calm the fuck down. Okay. In any case, getting back to where we were at, brother, have you actually spoken to a Podoshian about this? His house is the safest space in Tehran. His house doesn't exist anymore. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Clearly, objectively, that wasn't the case. It is actually. It was. Okay, so why the fuck did they try to move him to a basement or a safe site? And he refused. Also, I do want to, it was well guarded in Tehran. Oh, brother, there is no such thing, okay? There is no such thing. There is no such thing. I need you to understand. There is no such thing, okay? You have to move out of your house unless you want to get fucking lasered. America has bunker busters. What are you fucking talking about? There is no bunker capability in the world that can evade American bunker busters. Okay? It's simple. You just run away if you want to evade the American bombing campaigns. If you wanted to survive, you wouldn't be at your house. Yes, but it's 300 feet underground. Brother, do you not hear what I'm saying? He'd be in the fucking mountains, okay? He'd be in the fucking mountains. If they actually found out that he was in the goddamn mountains and they blew him up in the mountains, then I would say, okay, that's like a sophisticated surveillance operation. They actually found him as he was evading American bombing campaigns. They didn't find him in the mountains. They found him in his home. I don't know why we're arguing about this. And also, I don't even know why a Persian would be able to tell me what's what here. I don't care. Hassan, why are you not listening to this man's intel? Because it's utterly irrelevant. You can't standpoint theory your way into an American military operation that already unfolded, okay? Like what kind of bodies and spaces can someone do to me in this moment? I'm literally looking at the outcome of a fucking very high profile assassination that took place. You know what I mean? Like it was a highly publicized, incredibly high profile, unique assassination that took place. We know what happened. We know what they used. We know where the target was. I don't understand why you're trying to be like, oh, well, you don't understand. You need a bodies and spaces angle here. Yes, because he's famous for hiding in a bunker every time anything happens. Oh my God. Oh my God. I get it. You guys hate the Ayatollah. I understand. Okay. I don't particularly care for the Ayatollah myself. Okay. I don't give a shit. I'm just literally interpreting the things that unfolded. Okay. There is no standpoint epistemology you can do in this particular circumstance. Okay. It's just a thing that already happened. It does not matter if he had escaped to a bunker every other time. Okay? Also, my suspicion, and I'm sure you guys will agree with this, okay, is that he wanted to be martyred. He wanted to be fucking martyred. He knew he didn't have a lot of time anyway. He wanted to be martyred so he could literally galvanize the Shia population or the base of support and mobilize his popular base of support. And that's what has happened so far. Clearly that goal was achieved. He was 87 years old. By some accounts, he already had fucking cancer. He didn't have a lot of time left. It's not very complicated. I don't know why we're making it complicated. What percentage population is the base of support? Approximately 20 to 30%. We don't know the exact numbers. You can only work off of like the elections that do take place on who is voting for like a more conservative candidate versus a reformist candidate. It's all a wash, really. There's not really a very reliable metric here, but it's approximately 20 to 30% of the population that are like hardliners for the Ayatollah that ride for him. There's also other components. Most components in Iranian society are not fond of the Ayatollah for understandable reasons, whether it be corruption, whether it be the parallel state that they designed specifically to like avoid sanctions that created its own internal black market economy. There is also like a capital owning class within the IRGC structure that basically owns most of the Iranian government, and who knows what those guys are gonna fucking do eventually if they want to like cut a deal with Donald Trump or not. But basically, even the other side of Iranian society that are understandably anti-Ayatollah, anti-IRGC are still not exactly fond of Israel and America either. And there are plenty of Western polls. There are plenty of Western polls to back up this idea, because Western polls poll not only the Iranian diaspora, but Iranians living in Iran as well. And those guys have no interest in making the Ayatollah seem good, or they have no interest in making America or Israel look bad. But when polled consistently, the Iranian public has a majority disapproval of America's bombing campaigns. Obviously, if you look at the mainstream news in the Western world, makes it seem like 99% of Iranians are like, please keep bombing us. I love being bombed. It's my favorite thing. Please kill my grandmother. But it's actually not even popular. It's not even like majority popular in the diaspora population. Okay? So while you see the loudest voices, the voices that are being championed in mainstream news being like, oh, it's actually awesome. I hate the Ayatollah and I love that you're killing my grandparents. No, most people actually don't fucking like that. Like, most people who don't like the Ayatollah also don't like their grandparents being fucking carpet bombed. Remarkable. I know. Shocking. I know. What you see in mainstream news is oftentimes not the real story, not the full picture.
Well, joining me for more on this is Trita Parsi, co-founder and former president of the National Iranian-American Council. He's also the executive vice president of the Quincy Institute. Trita, thanks for your time. Where's your focus internally in Iran at the moment?
Well, let me first say I'm a little bit surprised by the package because you had three voices from Iran who seem to all be celebrating and happy about the country getting bombed. I'm sure that there are views of that kind, undoubtedly. But to leave the impression that that is the entire viewpoint inside of Iran is getting close to Iraq-level war propaganda and war lies, frankly.
What do you mean close to? It is that. It is literally, I mean, Trita's fine.
There's clearly a diversity of views inside that country, and plenty of people who, despite the fact that they obviously are very much against this regime that has been repressing them for so long, do not necessarily believe that they want to have war happen. They do not want to get killed in this bombing campaign or see the country be destroyed or go down the path of Iraq and Syria. So I'm a little bit surprised that those the only voices that you elevated were those specific voices that were in support of it, given the fact that clearly there must be much more diversity.
Assassination.
I don't know who's going to end up running Iran, but if the pattern holds, it'll be just something just stupid as fuck. Yeah. So what do I say to someone who says you should be happy for the Iranians that are happy and sad for the Iranians who are sad? Genuine ask. I have a tough time talking about this conflict without black and white thinking. What is going on? I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, who make up your own fucking mind? You can literally come to a conclusion on whether American imperialism is good or bad without having to lean into the domestic population's attitude that you're trying to pull one anecdote at a fucking time. Jesus Christ. I think this is liberal brain rot, okay? I will say it over and over again. It's like a childlike understanding of world-changing events. I don't understand. You don't have to engage in people-pleasing all the fucking time. You could just be like, hey, guys, I know that domestic repression has caused a lot of people to falsely believe that, like, American bombs are going to be a cause for liberation and a cause for celebration. But judging by past performance of American intervention and American imperialism, I am going to go ahead and assume that it's not going to yield to a positive outcome for the Iranian population, because I've seen Libya, I've seen Syria, I've seen Afghanistan, I've seen Iraq. And there is no reason why Iran would be any different, especially considering that the American government itself is inconsistent on what they want to do, what the plan, what the next day forward is. Once, you know, they've done a decapitation strike on the entire leadership, as they did successfully. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this. You cannot use standpoint epistemology to justify American intervention and American imperialism. Okay, it's ridiculous. I don't care. I don't care. I mean, you can fucking come in here and be like, you're an asshole. You're hurting the feelings of, like, the Iranians in diaspora that are saying my grandparents deserve death and destruction. I don't care. Okay, I know that this is like it's so weird, because on my timeline, I'm seeing leftist, Marxist, Leninists talk about, like, you know, America being zogged out. And on the other side, I'm seeing reactionary white nationalist neo-Nazis that are hopped up on American exceptionalism, running around talking about standpoint epistemology about the Iranians. Why don't you center the Venezuelans in this conversation? Why don't you center the Iranians in this conversation? Why don't you center the Cubans in this conversation? And it always is the same shit, okay? What the fuck is happening? Make up your own goddamn mind, dude. What the fuck? You don't need to, like, which Iranians are we listening to, okay? That conversation is so stupid. Which Iranians are we listening to? Do you care about the wishes of the 20 to 30% that love the Ayatollah? Do you not care about that? Like, Khamenei was Iranian. He never left Iran once he actually became the Ayatollah, right? I mean, he literally was Iranian. Are we listening to his voices? Like, it's stupid. It's a stupid argument, okay? The problem is nobody reads or takes theory seriously. This is not even about theory. Just like close your eyes and think for a moment. I think you're losing is what's happening. Losing what? Losing what? What am I losing? I'm an American citizen living in the imperial core. I'm not losing shit whichever way this goes. I just have a certain set of values that I hold on to, and it's actually very frustrating for a lot of people because they've never actually developed their own value system. So they just think in terms of like, oh, the enemy team is losing, the anti-America team is losing, and the pro-America team is winning. You're a fucking moron. Who's winning and who's losing? Okay, my job here is to cut through the noise. My job here is to cut through the propaganda. You're losing the narrative. It happens. Losing what narrative? Like 90% of Americans think that Israel controls the country right now. What narrative am I fucking losing? Are you that stupid? Even on the narrative front, this is the most exceptionally unpopular war that America has ever waged. And you're over here watching fucking mainstream media coverage and deluding yourself into thinking that the average American in the heartland is actually totally on board with, you know, throwing American cattle at the behest of Israeli expansionist ambitions in the region. You're a fucking moron. You're losing the narrative. So what? Even if I was, so what? But it's not even the case, so it doesn't even fucking matter. Do you have no real conviction on your own? Do you have no real conviction? Do you have no opinion on this issue that doesn't revolve around what some fucking Twitch streamer believes, okay? You're a fucking idiot. We're talking about hundreds of lives being lost in the last couple of fucking days, literal children getting bombed in school, and you're over here being like, well, the Twitch streamer is losing the narrative. You have deluded yourself into thinking not even in terms of like team sports, America good, all of America's enemies bad, but now you've deluded yourself into team sports in the smallest way possible, like the brain of a fucking infant, okay? The brain of an infant on this one, where he's like, well, my least favorite Twitch streamer is losing the fucking narrative. What narrative? What loss? Who gives a shit? And it's so funny because like it's not even correct. You're not even correct. You're wrong. I mean, it's so predictable, to be honest. I wonder what their faces look like when they said, wait, where is Muhammad? And then got blown up. It's because they aren't the same type of Muslims. I see you're monitoring the situation. A death cult won't surrender. Kill them until they stop respawning. Do you think this is actually the popular narrative right now? Are you that fucking dumb? Are you that deluded that do you think this is the popular narrative? Yeah, maybe in fucking Israel. The only place on the planet where this has like super popular approval is Israel. Are you in Israel? Because anywhere else that you're at, anywhere else that you are currently tuning in from outside of Tel Aviv, this narrative is the unpopular one. Okay? It's the only thing that you hear from mainstream media, and in spite of the unlimited propaganda that is justifying American intervention here, the populations are not, they're not on board. But it doesn't really matter, does it? Because America doesn't have a democratic process, especially when it comes to foreign policy anyway, right? Stop perceiving politics as this like game where different teams are winning and losing. Try to analyze it a little bit deeper than that. Okay, scratch the surface of your way of thinking and ask yourself, why am I operating with this like idiotic like partisan posture? Here is Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, trying to do a cleanup job after yesterday's incident where he haphazardly threw together a narrative so bad that the overwhelming majority of Republicans that heard it went, wait a minute, maybe Jews do control America. Literally. Like he came out and was like, Benjamin Netanyahu urged us to do this. He forced our hand into doing this. And then literally Matt Walsh and numerous other fucking Republicans came out and were like, okay, I guess Zog is not even a theory anymore. It's just reality. Meanwhile, You motherfuckers are talking about like, oh, you're losing the narrative. Now he's going to backtrack. Let's hear.
Can never have a nuclear weapon, and we will now not allow Iran to hide behind the ability to make them or launch them. And so CENTCOM, in a joint operations, is carrying out a systematic destruction of their missile belt, destruction of their launchers, and destruction of their ability to make these, as well as the destruction of their Navy. From what I've been told by the Department of War, everything is on or ahead of schedule. And proceeding on these objectives. We have every confidence in the world that these objectives will be achieved. The last point I would make is, and I said this yesterday and I repeat, what's about to, you're about to see, we're going to unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity of these attacks as, frankly, the two most powerful air forces in the world take apart this terroristic regime and defang it and take away its ability to threaten its neighbors or hide behind a zone of immunity that allows them to develop their nuclear ambitions. This terroristic, radical, cleric-led regime cannot be ever allowed to have nuclear weapons. We saw what they were willing to do to their own people. They were willing to slaughter their own people in the streets. Imagine what they would do to us. Imagine what they would do to others. Under President Trump, that will never, ever happen. All right?
Mr. Secretary, yesterday you talked about Israel. Mr. Secretary.
Please, guys, I can't hear them all. Yes.
Yesterday, you told us that Israel was going to strike Iran, and that's why we needed to get involved. Today, the president said that Iran was going to get.
Yeah, your statement is false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked
okay.
you a question.
No, were you the one that? Because somebody asked me a question yesterday. Did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you asked me that follow up, and I said no. I told you this had to happen anyway. The president made a decision, and the decision he made was that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ballistic missile program. That Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ability to conduct these attacks.
Marco,
that decision had been made.
Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, brother. Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. People already had this suspicion. You leaned into it very publicly, and now everything you say after that is going to look like a shitty cleanup job. Good job.
Made a decision that negotiations were not going to work, that they were playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable. The decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday, and you guys need to play it. And if you're going to play these statements, you need to play the whole statement, not clip it to reach a narrative that you want to do, all right?
This is your statement. This is your statement, Mr. Secretary.
Go ahead.
What do you make of the War Powers resolution that's being considered here in Congress?
I mean, the Congress votes on those. They can if they want. There's mechanisms for it. We've complied with the War Powers Act, even though we believe it's unconstitutional, as has every other administration. Every other president has found the War Powers Act to be unconstitutional. Nonetheless, we notified Gang of Eight, which was an appropriate mechanism by which to notify Congress. We sent the notification within 48 hours, the way the law requires. I'm here today.
Why are they saying the missile that killed the little girls is IRGC themselves in propaganda? Why do you think, brother? Isn't it crazy that Israel has blown up every fucking school, every mosque, and every hospital in Gaza? And then in the aftermath, when people even gave a fuck about that sort of thing, they would consistently say, oh, actually, it must have been a Hamas rocket. Must have been a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket. It's bullshit. They blow it up, and then when people get mad at them because they killed a bunch of little schoolgirls, they go, oh, it must have been the Iranian rocket itself. Like, shut the fuck up.
If a country closes their
you
airport,
are the
for example,
dumbest
cases,
person on the planet if you believe that bullshit.
So the airport in Kuwait was hit. So if an airport's been attacked or the airspace is closed, then we can have the planes lined up to go, but we can't get them to land because we don't have the permissions to land there. So that's the challenge. But rest assured, we are confident that we are going to be able to assist
every American. By the way, this is basically an admission of Iranian success.
A little over 1,500, maybe closer to 1,600 Americans.
It's Al Ahly all over again? No, it's not. No one believes it. The overwhelming majority of people don't even believe it.
Airspace closures. That said, there may be more people out there that need help. We need to know who you are. So please, I'm asking the media, publicize the phone numbers and the website because we need people to call in so we have their name, we have their contact information, we have their location. Doesn't seem like the situation's
good. Doesn't seem like the situation's under control, does it?
We can act very quickly to reach them and get them out of harm's way.
Kind of feels like it's fucked, doesn't it? Kind of feels like the situation is totally fucked, don't you think? Why is the literal Secretary of State panicking like this on fucking camera in real time?
Yeah, no, I understand. But listen, all right, let me understand. Yeah, but I had a very specific question from that gentleman, right?
Holy fuck, this is so bad.
Hold on 1 second. I asked a very... Okay, but let me answer because this is my press conference. Okay. you asked me, I was asked a very specific question. So you guys can misrepresent it, but I was asked a very specific question yesterday. The bottom line is this. The president determined we were not going to get hit first. It's that simple, guys. We are not going to put Americans' troops in harm's way. If you tell the president of the United States that if we don't go first, we're going to have more people killed and more people injured, the president's going to go first. That's what he did. That's what the president will always do. He will always put the safety and security of our men and women in uniform and of all Americans before anything else. He's always going to do that, and that's what he did here. In addition to that, I would argue that this threat from Iran, they are hiding behind these missiles and hiding behind these drones. They wanted to reach a point where you couldn't touch them, and then they could do whatever the hell they wanted with their nuclear program. And there is no way in the world that this terroristic regime was going to get nuclear weapons, not under Donald Trump's watch.
So the U.S. attack has nothing to do with Israel. It has nothing to do with Israel.
This operation, there's a general question of why the president gave the green light, and then there's a question of why did it have to happen this weekend? Are you saying it had to happen this weekend because of that Israeli action?
No, this weekend presented a unique opportunity to take joint action against this threat. And we wanted this to have maximum success. We want this operation to be successful at achieving its objectives. I'll repeat the objectives. The president laid them out yesterday. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It cannot have, and therefore it cannot have the things it was hiding behind to have a nuclear weapons program. What are those things? Number one, we are going to destroy their missiles and their missile launchers. We are going to destroy their capability to make these missiles and these launchers, and we are going to destroy their Navy. Those are the objectives, and this weekend, acting at this time, gave us the highest probability of success in achieving those objectives, and as the Department of War will brief you, we are on or ahead of schedule to do that.
So the U.S. attack would have happened no matter what? Would the U.S. attack have happened no matter what Israel's planning?
Oh, I hate the media so much. They're such fucking dogs, dude. They're just like trying to get him to say the right thing so they can report it as a matter of fact that it wasn't Israel.
And that's what you're seeing play out right now. You're seeing it play out right now, and you'll see it in the days to come. We will systematically take apart their missile program. We will destroy their sponsor terrorism, by the way. We will destroy their factories. We will destroy their Navy. Those objectives are going to be met. We're well on our way to meeting them. It will not be easy. There will be a price to pay for it, but that is a much lower price to pay than having a nuclear-armed Iran. I got to go brief these guys. Hold on. Yes.
Secretary.
Yes, ma'am.
Secretary, how heavily is the administration leaning into the 2001 AUMF for justification of these strikes?
What now?
How heavily is the administration?
Well, that's not our notification to Congress. Our notification, listen, let me explain to you guys this in simple English. Okay? Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. And this is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them. The president made the decision to go after them, take away their missiles, take away their Navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president made this decision. It was the right decision. And the world will be a safer place when these radical clerics no longer have access to these weapons. You see how they're using them now. Imagine how they would use them a year from now if they had more of these. All right, I got time for one more. Yeah, go ahead.
Brother, we're seeing how you're using your weapons
Several
now.
Democrats criticize what you said and argue
Yeah, of
that
course they criticize. The question is, several Democrats criticize. They're going to always criticize. We've been doing this for years, guys. They come out. I'll tell you right now, they're going to come out after the briefing and say, we didn't hear anything. We have more questions than answers. You mark my words. But we still do these briefings. Go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, their criticism was on the timeline. They said that Israel is dictating the timeline for the United States.
No,
and as you know, several people on the right have also agreed with that. How would you respond to that?
Well, the United States made a decision. Under the President of the United States made a decision. This is intolerable. Iran cannot have these missiles, cannot have these drones, cannot threaten the world. The President said this is the weakest they've ever been. If we don't hit them now, a year from now, a year and a half from now, no one will be able to touch them, and they'll be able to do whatever they want. And he made a decision to go. And he made a decision to go in a joint operation because it gave us the highest chance of success. And he made the decision to go first because he concluded that we were not going to get hit first. We were not going to absorb a blow from them.
This is such a bad way to fucking posture. It's
because
so,
in addition to costing lives,
it literally doesn't make sense
of our operation. All right, guys, I gotta go.
I don't know why they're still going with it. He should have just said, I misspoke or something. It's so crazy that they are still going, oh, well, Israel was going to go in first, so that accelerated our time. Oh, my God.
We do not want an endless war. The administration doesn't seem to know what it's doing. Every hour there's a different rationale as to why we're doing this. And America wants this president to pay attention to the problems at home not the problems overseas, particularly when no one has any idea of what the real rationale is. It changes every hour.
DHS talks.
It's over. You can't be one of the most high-profile public figures in the American state and openly go on television and say, yeah, we did this war because Israel wanted us to do it. And then the next day turn around and be like, actually, Israel just accelerated the timeline, but the opportunity to strike was now. You can't do that. Okay? It's over. That's why I say, like, as far as the narrative control or the narrative battle here, it's fucking done. And even the Democrats recognize that the administration is so weak on this that they are also slamming the admin. Now, I don't know why. I don't know why they chose to do this. It was very stupid. It was a remarkable flub. Perhaps one of the most important flubs that has ever happened in American news, okay? Because this is like 80 fucking years of an unshakable allegiance that was delivered a death blow at its weakest moment, okay? At its least popular moment, Marco Rubio came out and fucking straight up said, we accelerated the timeline of the strikes because Israel wanted to strike, and then we struck first because otherwise Israel was going to strike without us, and then Iran was going to attack us. That's it. It's a remarkable admission. Now, I need you to understand something. When I talk about this, for the record, I don't mean that like America would never strike Iran if it wasn't for Israel, right? I need you to understand, America clearly doesn't give a shit enough about its own regional ambitions, so much so that they'll go along with this, they'll go along with Benjamin Netanyahu's plans, his desires, okay? So even if in this circumstance, Trump is very malleable, Trump is very pliant, Trump is, complying to the demands of Israel, like it's clear that if America had its own personal ambitions outside of this, and this divergence was significant enough, they would just say, no, cut it out. We're not doing this shit. So the very fact that they didn't say, cut it out, we're not doing this shit, implies that they also, to a certain degree, agree with it, right?
Operation.
But here it is. Here is yesterday's spectacular failure one more time.
With a very clear goal in mind. I haven't
Motherfuckers were literally, they couldn't believe it. They were like, is this real?
had a chance to see a lot of reporting. I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you, and I'll do it once again as clearly as possible. Perhaps you'll report it that way. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is the clear objective of this mission. The second question that's been asked is, why now? Well, there's two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond against the United States. The orders had been delegated down to the field commanders. It was automatic, and in fact, it bared to be true, because in fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned. The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision.
So you couldn't stop Israel from striking, is what you're admitting. So you just chose to go in with them. Again, who's the big dog in the room? Is Israel controlling America, or is America controlling Israel? You can't come out and say America, the most powerful nation on the planet, literally was goaded into going to war with a foreign adversary at the behest of the client state. You can't do that, okay? You can't fucking do that. Or rather, you can't just come out and say that and then expect people not to go, what the fuck? Especially when there are a shit ton of people who already had this suspicion due to the Biden administration's unlimited support during Israel's genocide in Gaza. Red line after red line after red line withered away people's confidence that the American government was in control of the situation. Slowly but surely, over the course of 2.5 years, as people's attitudes towards Israel shifted into the negative, red line after red line, every single time there was another 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000 Americans going, wait a minute, who's the fucking big dog in the room? So much so that Donald Trump was able to take advantage of that anger and resentment that people felt towards the Democratic Party and conducting this genocide and win. At the end of the day, can you clarify who you think controls who? At the end of the day, America is the most powerful nation on the planet. If America wanted to fucking stop Israel today, tomorrow, they could do so. And it would take one fucking phone call. Okay? That's still the case. The problem is this administration, unlike previous administrations, is infinitely more compromised by Israel, is infinitely more invested in doing the bidding of Israel. The last time America did something that was out of pocket and was not in line with Israel's design was the JCPOA. And Barack Obama was punished endlessly for it. Okay? And then Donald Trump won, and everything changed after that moment. And the reality of the matter is, Joe Biden was also such an ideologically committed Zionist that Joe Biden never reversed the trajectory. Okay? It's that simple. Obviously, I hate this side of it as well. There's definitely influence to push it to the more extremes. Adelson didn't spend $250 million for nothing, but the obvious answer is the premise is false. Israel, for Biden and Trump, provides a bad cop they can blame for these unpopular Middle East wars. Is why they both push it. I don't fully agree with Adam Johnson. This is the first time that I don't fully agree with Adam Johnson. I am, there's two different schools of thought here. Okay, you got the Mearsheimer method and you got the Noam Chomsky one. No disrespect. Sorry. I'm just saying Noam Chomsky because he's one of the most visible American thinkers that brought up the unsinkable aircraft carrier theory. On the one hand, you got the influence of the lobby, or when pushed to its like most insane conclusions by the David Duke style people, it's ZOG, right? Zionist occupied government. Now, there's truth to both of these theories, and these theories don't work without one another. Okay, and I keep trying to explain to people that on the one hand, if Israel wasn't an unsinkable aircraft carrier, Israel would not have been able to create a sophisticated propaganda apparatus that is deeply embedded in the American government, okay? It's that simple. There are those who are ideologically committed to Israel, ideologically committed to Zionism. There are those who see it as a way to expand on America's imperialist endeavors in the region, this grand design that they have that is in line with Israel's ambitions in the region as well. And that's precisely the reason why Israel's been able to overstep over and over again and not be a normal client state. Because Lithuania cannot fucking, blow up like an American military asset and then fucking get away with it, right? So obviously it's both. There is no other client state that is able to do what Israel does with regular frequency in terms of influence peddling, in terms of propaganda, in terms of commanding the American government to do certain things in its domestic affairs. Okay? However, the energy that Adam Johnson has here is also correct, because for a lot of right-wingers that say, Zog, 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 it's the Jews, they're using that as a way to abdicate responsibility from the hands of the American state. Okay? They're doing that to say, oh, Jews have the hypnosis beam and they're doing a blackmail operation, and that's why our American WASP leadership is falling in line. Otherwise, they would never go this far. That's also fucking bullshit. Okay? That's also bullshit. And some of these white supremacists will hit that line over and over again in an effort to basically say American exceptionalism is real. The American government wouldn't go this far if it wasn't for, Jewish hypnosis or whatever the fuck they believe. Okay? So that's not also correct. That's incorrect, right? Because If you believe George W. Bush raped and pillaged the fucking Middle Eastern region and wasn't simply a buffoon that signed off on the global war on terror, right? And it wasn't just like Dick Cheney's ambition or petro-capitalist ambition in the region. And George W. Bush was also culpable morally for signing off on all these endeavors. You understand that America cannot wash his hands from this entire endeavor. Okay? This is, at the end of the day, absolutely America's fault. It's absolutely America's fault. But for a lot of people, because they're chock full of American exceptionalism, they can't contend with that reality. They see the devastation that American imperialism causes, but they can't communicate that. They can't understand it because that part of their brain doesn't work. There is no world where an American citizen turns around and says, maybe America is bad. Maybe America is actually bad here. Maybe we are the bad guys. They can't say that to themselves, so they're actively looking to launder America's image. And the best possible way that they can do it is by going, oh, we're a powerful nation. We're trying to do our very best when we're playing the good cop, bad cop thing. But Israel is forcing our hand. Israel is either, using Jewish hypnosis, or they're doing blackmail operations or whatever. They don't want to realize that, like, no, our fucking WASPs and our Catholics in charge also love this kind of death and destruction. They don't give a fuck. They do not care. They do not care about the American soldiers that are out there in the region. They do not care about the assets that get blown up. They don't care because for them, that's economic activity for the military-industrial complex. And this is what I try to explain to people. So it's a little bit of both. It's not just Zog, or it's not just American imperialism, because Israel at the end of the day is a unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region, right? It's both. It's both. And it's not Zog necessarily, but you know what I mean. It's like there is definitely a profound amount of influence and a profound amount of propaganda that is pervasive. Zionist propaganda is pervasive in American politics, in institutes of higher learning. Like it's this unconditional allegiance that is baked into the collective consciousness. But if that was real, if the concept of like, if the concept of like Jewish hypnosis or Jewish influence, international Jewry was real, then you wouldn't have so many Jews under the age of 35 actively also petitioning against this kind of thing and getting very mad about it. Okay? If that was the case, Israel wouldn't have to use so much time and effort and money specifically to try to actively brainwash the population into coming to terms with Israel being the most moral nation on the planet. Okay? Did you say Jewry? Yes, international Jewry, organized Jewry. This is like a famous neo-Nazi concept that is becoming more and more. It's coming back into fashion. It's the same old story. Okay? It's the same old story. It's that the international capitalists are obviously not even remotely interested in what happens to the victims of empire, and they will align with anyone and everyone they can get away with to continue in those endeavors. Okay? It's not one religious faction that is dominating the others. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, Jewry is a WASP classic when shit starts going south. Exactly. But the problem here for a lot of people is that they just don't have any understanding of imperialism, how it works, and like they don't, in their brains, they can't work it out. Like they just can't comprehend that like America as a unit, as a governing body, is responsible for all this death and destruction, and it's not actually for some good purpose. It's not violence that's taking place and it's bad, but like it's for an overall overarching common good. They can't comprehend. They have no framework for it. There is no anti-imperialism that in the American education, for understandable reasons, right? Otherwise, you can't have a fucking pliant, servile cattle base that will support every fucking thing that you say and do. But that's where we're at. It's even the same shit with like Goyim, like when people are like, I'm offended. Like, come on, brother, get the fuck out of here. Like, yeah, okay, it's Jewish supremacists. It's Jewish supremacists. Like, really? You're going to sit here and be offended in the Western world that a bunch of people in Israel or a bunch of people who are actually Jewish supremacists are calling you Goyim? Really? Like calling you cattle? Come on. Have some fucking decency. It's the same kind of dumb bullshit that people complain about when they're talking about. It's the same kind of bullshit that people are talking about when they're like, oh, men's right. I'm a men's rights activist and misandry is a real problem. Shut the fuck up. At the end of the day, you have to remember who's in charge. At the end of the day, you have to remember who has the power here. Okay?
100%.
America has final say on all of this. So if Donald Trump is getting manipulated or Donald Trump is being goaded into taking action here, and it's very clear that that's what happened, okay, they could reverse that trajectory. They should reverse that trajectory. Yeah, but that Goy block thing was very funny because of how stupid it was. Yes, of course. I think it's hilarious. Do they have final say? Come on, bro. Yes, brother. Yes, they do. Yes. Of course they do. If you're still to this day saying that Israel is in charge of U.S. politics, which even Jeffrey Sachs, Mersheimer, Finkelstein, Daniel Levy, former Israeli peace talks negotiator, and many, many more experts have said, you're being delusional. No, Israel right now is in charge of American foreign policy. And Israel has been in charge of American foreign policy in the MENA region since Trump won. Like completely. Okay? But that doesn't mean that Israel can always be in charge of American foreign policy. Do you not understand? I am saying that. I am saying that Israel has been in charge of American foreign policy in the MENA region since Trump won. And Joe Biden did not reverse that trajectory at all because he also is an ideologically committed Zionist. Okay? Having said that, however, America could reverse this trajectory. At any moment, they could just be like, all right, we're shutting off the fucking money faucet. Fuck you. What happens after that? What happens after that? Do you think Israel gets to do whatever the fuck it's doing without American political cover? America is the superpower here. America is the domineering, hegemonic superpower, and especially the uncompromising and unconditional superpower since the Cold War ended with the dissolution of the USSR. And yes, Sammy Gold is correct on this. If American foreign policy was actually based on realpolitik, then its number one ally in the Middle East should obviously be Saudi Arabia, not Israel. 100%, this is correct. Because Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states are infinitely more important assets because they cut away at the middleman, the destabilizing factor, because Israel's necessity in the region is to constantly keep those guys in check, right? But at this stage, there is no need for Israel. You could go, bye-bye, Israel. We already have this. We have completely vassalized the Gulf states at this point. There's no like King Faisal situation, right? It's over. It's done. They love getting favorable contracts in the Western world. They love doing sports washing. Bye-bye Israel, bye-bye Tel Aviv should be the normal understanding here, okay? But the reason why that's not the case is because of the pervasive influence of the Zionist lobby, the pervasive influence of like education in institutes of higher learning. This is a very sophisticated propaganda network. It's one that is fucking collapsing in real time, though. Okay? And that's precisely why I say, like, the notion of, like, Zog or Jews control America is fucking idiotic. Because if that was the case, literally overwhelming majorities of Americans would not have entirely changed their attitudes at the behest of Muslims who have been in the crosshairs of American imperialism for the last 30 fucking years. Okay? It's ridiculous.
Well, it's not 100% clear to me, General, and that's not to suggest that I don't support 100% what is happening, nor that I 100% offer my support. I just think I want to ask a couple of critical questions, and I hope you know how much respect I have for your service, and I think it goes without saying to anybody watching how much respect I have for the men making this decision.
You don't have to patronize me. Just ask the question. Go ahead. Come on, ask it.
To be clear, General, I'm not patronizing you. I'm trying to have a very serious conversation in front of the American people. The men making these decisions have my utmost respect. This is less about you than everybody making these decisions. And this is about the American people understanding the investment that lies before them.
Also, the reason why he's asking this as gently as possible is because he's known to blow bubbles on it. That's why. He's known to blow bubbles on Israel. If Israel somehow has compromising leverage on scores of top U.S. Officials for decades, then I don't know, congrats, I guess, because you should probably be running the world if you're this competent and omnipotent. I don't buy into that. It's the right-wing argument that I don't think has much explanatory power. But I think what I'm getting at is it seems like a more pervasive problem than one I have a structural explanation for, which is basically just AIPAC. The explanation is national innocence is a bipartisan religion and gets everyone off the hook. So Netanyahu is the sin eater for all U.S. policy, a role he gleefully embraces, which isn't to say lobby influence isn't powerful, but as you note, it doesn't explain the whole picture. Yes, that's why I'm in between the two different prevailing schools of thought. I don't think that they are. I don't think that either is wrong. I think that one cannot live without the other. Israel doesn't get to have such a sophisticated network of influence that has permeated in American consciousness for the last 80 fucking years without playing the role of a loyal servant in the region as a destabilizing factor in the region that is a resource-rich region that at times could have easily fell into the hands of Soviet influence, especially during the wave of pan-Arabic nationalist movements that were directly aligned with the Soviet bloc. Okay? That's it. There is no other country that has been able to have this level of penetration in American government and in American collective consciousness as Israel. And there's a reason for that, because no other country has been this important in American imperialism in the oil-rich countries, in the region of oil-rich countries. Okay? But while that is the case, our goal now should be to sever those fucking ties. And we have a unique opportunity now, more than ever before, to demand a severance of those ties. Okay? As people are legitimately starting to realize how devastating Israeli influence looks like when it comes to directing foreign policy, and people are genuinely fucking frustrated by it, there is a unique opportunity unlike ever before throughout American history where we can force to sever these ties through the democratic process. And if democracy fails, at that point, you look at other options, right? But if democracy still exists, theoretical democracy still exists in the United States of America, then people have the opportunity, in spite of the incredibly sophisticated mechanisms of propaganda, influence peddling, demands of censorship, you can still overcome that, and you can still get people elected into positions of power that will turn around and say, no, fuck this, we're done with this, okay? That's why I stress the importance of candidates, especially in the midterms right now, okay? Not all of them are great, not all of them are perfect, but this is a very good litmus test. Do you care about this? Do you want to do something about Israel steering the ship, or do you not? Do you not care about the American population? Huh. Another admission that Israel is steering the ship.
Exceptional leadership. And you've demonstrated anything but.
Okay, I don't care about this right now.
Things. And in fact, Senator, the Israelis are. And I mentioned some of those things. And in fact, Senator, the Israelis are taking the lead. I mean, it's the Israelis who are conducting a great deal of these operations. And it's the Gulf states that are actually conducting a lot of operations as well. And some of our European.
That's bullshit. The Gulf states have no say in this. If they literally had a say in this, I'm not a fan of the Gulf states. If they had any say in this, do you think that they would allow all of the fucking munitions to be expended in the direction of defending Israel as opposed to their multi-billion-dollar investments they've conducted? That's crazy. The Gulf states literally have not only zero say, they have negative say in this process. Okay? They're not only in the cuck chair, they're getting ass fucked right now. It's ridiculous. Yeah, the Gulf states love getting pummeled into oblivion by Iranian drones and Iranian ballistic missiles, and even have their even have the veil of safety removed entirely. This was a major issue during Formula One. This was a major issue when the Houthis, let's say it was the Houthis and maybe not the Iranians, struck an oil refinery. If you recall, that's always an ever-present threat. What did they do at that point? They said, please stop fucking around with Iran, please. They might not personally like the regional influence that Iran has. Also, they rely on safety or else all the expats would leave. Exactly. Exactly. All their investment is for nothing if that region is so easily collapsed by drone strikes and ballistic missiles. It's over at that point. What good is being a servile little dog to American interests if America can't even guarantee your fucking safety? At that point, you have another calculation in mind. You're thinking, okay, I don't have sovereignty. America will literally let Israel strike my fucking capital like they did in Doha. That was a major issue, okay? For the Gulf states, that was a major issue. That was a wake-up call. This is where CENTCOM is. America's base of operations for the entire region is in Doha, okay? The Al Udeid Air Base. Sorry. Israel struck Doha. Israel killed Qatari nationals, not even residents, Qatari nationals, okay? That was huge. That was a huge fucking deal. That plus this lack of interest in even defending the American assets that are inside of these Gulf countries is going to cause the Gulf countries to think twice about dealing with America. That's what's so interesting about this process. It's not causing them to go, oh, fuck Iran, I hate Iran. It's causing them to go, what the fuck are you doing, America? This is the one thing that is not supposed to happen to me. That's why I let these bases fucking thrive in my nation state, inside of my boundaries. What do we get out of this process? Nothing. Nothing at all. No, I'm not talking about the strike that Iran gave a heads up for, chatter. No, that's just theater. I'm talking about when Israel struck Doha to kill the Hamas Politburo in negotiations. Israel is such a fucking unaccountable entity, so insane that we've forgotten when Israel decided to strike Doha. Okay? Hello? That's crazy. That's completely unacceptable. That goes against all of the cooperative security agreements that that America has set with the GCC.
Partners, and I think you've seen the reaction, not just from regional partners, but countries like Canada, Australia, a number of the German chancellor yesterday. So I think I'm not on the uniform side, but the Department of War has been provided with.
Amidst the reports of renewed air sirens in Tel Aviv, Israel's massive explosion could be heard on live cams focused on the city as Iran and the U.S. and Israel continue to exchange reciprocal strikes that have drawn in Gulf powers into European powers. Oh, brother, they have literally gotten, they've gotten a lot more aggressive with their censorship, too. They don't want to show successful strikes anymore so they can have control over the narrative that their strikes on Iranian soil are having more success. We shall see. This is what I was trying to explain to you, that like if Iran is still capable of targeting Tel Aviv a couple days in, that means that the Israeli and American strikes on Iranian soil are not as successful. Okay? If they're still able to pepper Tel Aviv, if they're still able to fucking strike Israel, that means that the American and Israeli strikes have limited success. Trey Yingst heard two loud explosions, unclear if they were interceptions. The Shia doctrine in Iran now, that doesn't do anything. That's the problem. If your goal, okay, I need you guys to understand something. That is the brilliance of the mosaic defense strategy. You have to literally identify where the munitions are, and you have to blow them up. You can fucking kill tens of thousands of Iranians, and the strikes won't stop until you literally stop the missile launchers. You have to strike the missile launchers. It's cruelty for cruelty's sake on the Israeli side, which is the only speed that they know. It's the only way that they know how to fight. But at the end of the day, you have to find where the fucking missiles are. You have to find where the missiles are coming from, and you have to stop them from deploying missiles. It's that simple. So right now, if they move into the Shia doctrine and try to Gazafy Tehran and try to turn Iran into Gaza, all that's going to do is cause more frustration against Israel. All that's going to do is kill tens of thousands of people. And it's not even going to stop the actual missiles from Iran. It's just going to make them more valid in the eyes of the population. Do you see what I mean? The Iranian missile striking capabilities are all underground. Okay? They're all underground. The silos are underground. The manufacturing capabilities are underground. They reveal them like before the moment of release. But if all you're doing with your drones is peppering some fucking technicals, they're single-use technicals that they're like launching the missiles from, you're not actually disrupting their missile striking capabilities. Scoop, a suspected Iranian drone attack hit the CIA station in Saudi Arabia in what would amount to a significant symbolic victory for the Islamic Republic as it lashes out against U.S. targets and personnel across the Middle East. Sources tell me at the Washington Post. John Hudson. This is what I keep telling you. Like the strikes in Riyadh, the strikes in the UAE, these are very effective strikes. And America has done nothing. America has done nothing to defend their own assets. America has done nothing but try to defend Israel to the best of their ability. Do you understand? Yeah, I'll take that information from a Twitch streamer. Are you fucking stupid? Did you not hear who's reporting I'm talking about? Like, do you think I'm materializing this information from do you think I'm just making this shit up? Are you fucking stupid? You know, you can make that assessment on your own. You could be like, well, I don't think the Washington Post Middle Eastern Bureau is actually very effective considering they fired half of their fucking staff. That's a calculation you could do if you want to undermine where this information is coming from. That's a calculation that I've done, as a matter of fact. But these guys still have the capacity to intercept diplomatic cables. They still have a capacity to listen to the leakers from inside of the State Department. And that's precisely what's going on. So every now and then, despite the fact that the Washington Post Middle Eastern Bureau is completely cooked at this point because Jeff Bezos fucking fired most of the staff, there are still diplomatic cables that they are capable of intercepting in D.C. And that's what this coverage is coming from. That's where this coverage is coming from. Why is it the default when a chatter is called out to say they're rage baiting? Just fucking bottom of the barrel, low IQ shit. Perhaps there's a reason why this kind of coverage is unfortunately not very common in mainstream news, and yet there's still people that are desperately seeking it out. And that's the reason why there's almost 50,000 people in here. Anyway. The scope of the damage has meaningfully expanded towards civilian sites, public services, and even medical and emergency centers, a trend that may prove decisive in future assessments of humanitarian and legal consequences. Just disgraceful. Today's list of civilian targets include, and this is from Harana, like even the American State Department-backed human rights agencies, just like when Amnesty International and just like when Human Rights Watch and all these other fucking institutions were like very critical of Israel's actions and openly calling it a genocide after a certain point. Like this is basically like a state organ of the American State Department, or at least like an American State Department funded organ of communication, actively revealing that Israel is changing the strike priorities away from the missile systems directly to punishing the entire civilian population. Do you understand? Outside of Tehran, Mashhad Hashemi Nejad International Airport is also among the recorded targets. In Kurdistan, the targeting of a gas company office has been reported, which may be particularly sensitive in terms of its impact on public services. In the area of health and emergency-related targets, reports today referred to damage to Khatam al-Anbiya, Motahari, and Gandhi hospitals in Tehran. In addition, emergency bases in Hamadan and Sarab, East Azerbaijan, appear to be on the list of affected sites. The simultaneous registration of multiple medical and emergency facilities in a single day constitutes an important humanitarian indicator in assessing the consequence of the attacks. I told you this on day one. First day, they go after the government and, you know, maybe some schools because Israel has unlimited bloodlust to kill little schoolgirls, obviously, and so does America. Okay? They do a decapitation. Donald Trump comes out and says, rise up. It's your country now. Take over, because he thinks there's an opportunity for destabilization here. He thinks there's an opportunity for destabilization. It turns out the destabilization doesn't take place. The chaos doesn't unfold in the way that he thought he was going to. He thought he can get a leveraged negotiation after killing the entirety of the IRGC general structure and the Ayatollah himself. When that doesn't happen, Kaya being tortured, yeah, no, someone's knocking on the door. When that doesn't happen, I told you that they would increase the intensity and the carpet bombing and start striking other civilians. And they have done so. And they're going to continue increasing the intensity of the strike targets as well. They're going to continue killing more civilians because America and Israel only have one speed. All Israel knows is the Dahiyya doctrine, brutalizing civilians until death, and maiming is so brutal it forces the military actor to capitulate. It's what they did in Gaza and Lebanon. They target those shooting back, yes, but they also intentionally kill civilians en masse to terrorize. U.S. media is simply jumping to another Israeli war without noting that Israel is still carrying out what the UN and the International Association of Genocide Scholars, with 86% of the vote, Lemkin Institute, Genocide Watch, Amnesty International, B'Tselem, Human Rights Watch, and Doctors Without Borders all call a genocide. One speed for these fucking demons, dude. Rockets on the way again. I'm in Israel. Be safe, chatter. We can't lose the 8 remaining anti-Zionists in Israel. You know what I mean? But the rise up hasn't happened yet. And Trump and Pahlavi both recently asked everyone to stay in time for the uprising near, but it's not yet. Dude. The reason why the committed actors to regime change, that the Pahlavists or whatever, have not actually come out is partially because they're losing their appetite. Okay, that's number one. Because I'm not going to sit here and act like foreign propaganda has not also broken the brains of a lot of people in Iran, especially paired up with the repression that they face from the government, right? There is real righteous anger there. Real righteous anger that makes people more malleable, that makes people easy to persuade. And the American government, through like Voice of America and through all these other initiatives, have been able to successfully, and according to Seamus's reporting, through Gulf actors also beaming their own anti-IRGC programming, have created a lot of ambitious people that want to take matters in their own hands, that want to do regime change. Okay, the problem is there isn't a significant base for this. Okay, there's a popular base of support against the government, but that popular base of support is not unified around one leader, and they're certainly not pro-Israel. And when America and Israel start bombing the shit out of their fucking neighborhoods, they're not going to feel as excited or enthusiastic about overthrowing the Ayatollah. Do you understand? As I've explained to you over and over again, there isn't, like, this is still an alien force, okay? This is still an alien force. There's no allegiance. If this was like, I don't know, the Iraqi Shias that were committed to regime change, maybe it would be a different story. But this is, at the end of the day, this is a totally alien force. And by the way, that has also played a role in the past, but, it obviously didn't succeed. When you have when you have not one, but 2 foreign entities blowing the fuck out of the country and killing civilians, it's going to be much easier to rally around that flag, no matter how cruel and how ruthless the administration is. That's it. Bro, are you Iranian? Do you speak to Iranian people? No, I've never met an Iranian in my life. You're right. I watched CBS News. The lady with the crazy hair is completely correct. Everyone is actually begging to be bombed. In any case, why you say that? You met a lot of Iranians? Of course, dude. I'm fucking joking. I'm joking. Yes, I know Trey Inks is reporting that there are more incoming missiles, which I think puts to bed the argument that Israel has been able to thoroughly dismantle the Iranian missile launching capabilities. Clearly, that's not the case. We won't be able to see all of the impact sites, okay? You can make fun of Masih Ali-Najad for his pro-war takes, but other than that, she's been an incredible journalist documenting Iran's oppression for decades. Yes, I know. I know that she used to be a much better, she used to be like a much better and much more sincere reporter, and then something tweaked in her fucking brain, it seems. I wasn't very familiar with her background at all, but bro's a 40-year-old millionaire acting like he gives a fuck so he can earn more. Lol. Great take. Do you have anything to say about my commentary, about the analysis, or are you just like, wildly posturing in here? Nope, you got nothing, huh? You can't justify murdering school children and carpet bombing densely populated civilian areas. So you have to be like, oh, bro's making money off this. Wow, incredible. Incredible take, chatter. Political commentator covering politics, especially within his realm of interest, like American foreign policy and anti-imperialism is literally the thing that I do best, is the thing that I know best, is the thing that I know most about, is the thing that I'm able to communicate much differently than, like, you know, the average American commentator who is hopped up on American exceptionalist fumes. It's not only the thing that I studied, it's the thing that I've been doing for the past 12 fucking years, 13 years at this point. You're not making this is not like a brilliant observation that you know, people are more tuned in. I talk about this shit when people aren't tuned in as well. Perhaps that's the reason why people come in when there's more, I guess, interest overall. Why do you pronounce your H like Arabs when saying Persian names is funny? What, Khomeini? When have I didn't say like Khomeini or something. What do you mean? I mean, Iran's government has tried to lure him into Turkey and kill him and has been torturing her family for years. Yeah, I mean, that breaks your brain. Yeah. Masih Ali-Nejad. No, like Pahlavi or Masih. I don't speak Farsi, if that's what your point is. I don't speak Arabic either. I try to sound it out to the best of my ability, and I'm not going to get it right. But Twitch is running ads on your stream now? No, if you're seeing an ad break, it's probably because you have an ad blocker. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Okay? The only way for you to support the stream is with your voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. There is no other way to support the Piker Broadcasting Service. Piker Broadcasting Service, for tomorrow's news today. Piker Broadcasting Service, your voluntary contributions with your subscriptions, whether it be gifted subs or Twitch Primes that are free, allow me to maintain my editorial independence. Piker Broadcasting Service is not sponsored by the IRGC, nor is it sponsored by the Gulf Cooperative Council. The Piker Broadcasting Service is not sponsored by the Nation of China, the People's Republic of China, nor is it sponsored by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Another reason why no one is sympathizing with the Israelis. What is this? Israeli singing "I Will Survive" as the party up in a bomb shelter, and the lead singer is dressed up as Maduro for Purim. I think it's like permanent bloodlust, and then also a constant like victimhood narrative. It's just the fascism. That's what it is, you know? That's what it is.
You don't
Drop size Julian Androni. Do you equate an imminent threat to Israel to be an imminent threat to the United States? Let's see what Lindsey Graham had to say about this. They're calling him the least compromised man in the Capitol. They're calling him the least blackmailed man in the nation's capital.
Victory. If you don't support victory, you're in the wrong business.
Do you equate an imminent threat to Israel to be an imminent threat to the United States?
I think imminent threats to our allies should be considered a threat to the United States. Absolutely.
So
if you want to, yeah.
So
but
if Iran
it's not
planned to
about that,
strike,
but it's a threat to us. They don't chant death to Israel.
But their
alone.
ballistic
They say
missiles
death
can't
to
reach the
America.
United States, can
they?
they?
Would kill us if they could.
But they can't.
killed 220 Marines, 18 sailors through their proxies in 1983. They have killed hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan with roadside bombs.
Dude.
This has been a kill.
This has been the funniest new meta, which is like everyone that's died in the global war on terror died because of Iran, by the way. If you want the actual matter of record, when they talk about like, well, the roadside bomb stuff is ridiculous, right? That part is completely fucking made up. That they're just trying to make it seem like Iran wasn't aligned with the United States of America in the global war on terror. They were. Okay? Just so you understand. Iran's major ops in the fucking region during the global war on terror were still the same Salafist forces that America was seemingly fighting. Okay? Whether it be ISIS or Al-Qaeda, the notion that like America and Iran were not cooperating during the global war on terror, where Iran was giving strike targets to the American state, the American Defense Department, is so ridiculous. We are some of the nastiest little freaks of all time. Okay? We are some of the nastiest freaks of all time. We straight up turned around and we're like, yeah, they're actually a part of the axis of evil for some reason. So that's number one. Number two, when they talk about all these different like instances throughout American history, okay, when they're like, oh, Iran killed our Marines or whatever the fuck, okay, they're talking about the Beirut barrack bombings, okay. And Analytica Camillus actually it perfectly summarizes the story. This person is shocked when they actually read into the Beirut bombings and why it occurred, realizing that, oh, perhaps just like the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was American intervention that was the reason for this reaction, where America provoked a reaction, okay? Whether it be the embassy kidnappings that took place during the Iranian Revolution, there's a reaction that led to the revolution that took place in Iran. There is a reaction that was invoked as a consequence of American action initially. Wait, so the Beirut bombings basically occurred because our Navy ships fired some 670-pound shells, blinded the Lebanon, missed the intended Druze PLA and Syrian army positions, and instead fired most of these shells in the Shia Druze neighborhood, killing hundreds? Then the precursor to Hezbollah decided to bomb our barracks in revenge for that fuck up, which, by the way, isn't even Iran, even though they did get, like, Hezbollah at the time was getting some limited support from the Iranian government. Okay? And the only reason we were there as a peacekeeping force was because Israel decided to fund militias to fight the Lebanese militants. Yeah, Sabra and Shatila, i.e. Israel's too small and lazy to fight its own ground wars. I'm really sick of the American media education establishment lying to me. Okay? So that's one part of it. The Beirut barracks bombing, Analytica Camillus writes, hold on. You called it weapons and air cover? Yeah, I already, I'll get into the Kurdish angle in a second. That's why I said Piker Broadcasting Service, tomorrow's news today. Okay? Here. I know Americans tend to struggle with little things like history and object permanence, but there are approximately zero rationales for going to war with Iran that don't hold up to either logical or moral or strategic scrutiny. Iran took American hostages during the Islamic Revolution. The Islamic Revolution happened in the first place because we, in conjunction with Britain, couped the popularly elected president of Iran, which was our ally at the time, no less, and our most reliable partner in the MENA region, and empowered Reza Pahlavi's monarchy, crushing Iran's democracy in the process. We then juiced up his secret police force, Savak, which imprisoned and murdered upwards of 30,000 Iranians. His barbarity, which we enabled, culminated in the Islamic Revolution, a popular revolution that was comprised not only of like the Islamist elements, but also socialists, communists, anti-imperialists, just the regular folk, the Bazaris. Most aspects of Iranian society that weren't in the Shah's orbit were absolutely a part of this revolution. Okay? None of the hostages taken, who were originally ensnared by college students, mind you, were killed, and the new Iranian government immediately began making good faith negotiations with the U.S. to facilitate their release. As a matter of fact, if I'm remembering correctly, they released the black embassy staffers first, which was also a big point of contention in America as well, because they said something along the lines of, because they were being woke as fuck. They were like, oh, our battle is not with you. Like, you guys have your own issues with America, with white supremacy. Okay? Began making good faith negotiations with the U.S. to facilitate the release, in exchange for the unfreezing of $8 billion worth of Iranian assets the Shah had squirreled away abroad, lifting trade sanctions we slapped on them before bothering to give the new Iranian government a hot second to catch his breath and a promise not to coup the new government. Instead of, waiting for those negotiations to take their course, we had the OG Delta Force invade Iran, in air quotes, to try to conduct a raid on Tehran. That failed miserably, and they shot some random farmer. That quite obviously and predictably prolonged the negotiations for the better part of a year until all the hostages were released alive and well. And as far as the Beirut barrack bombings, before the Iran hostage crisis had even resolved, we started throwing support behind Saddam Hussein's invasion of Iran from its onset. The flamboyantly barbaric one in which approximately 1 million Iranians were killed. The Iranian government had not laid its finger on an American up to that point, and again, we had already lengthened the hostage negotiations by trying and failing to invade Iran. Even after the Iranian government had released the hostages it had taken, again, at this point, the only American fatalities from an operation we botched, which we weren't supposed to do in the first place, we increased our military and financial support of Saddam's flamboyantly murderous military. We even facilitated technical support for the Iraqi government's chemical weapons program, which Baghdad employed liberally against Iranian soldiers and civilians, and eventually Kurdish and Iraqi civilians. Okay? Cut to the early 1980s, Lebanon, during the Lebanese Civil War, which had sparked by Israel, specifically funding and arming a zoo of militant groups to try to grapple with the Palestinian militant problem in Lebanon, the Phalangist militias that were remarkably ruthless, by the way, the fucking psychopathic Christian nationalist movement in Lebanon that Israel offered material support to and protective cover to, as they straight up slaughtered the Shia population, okay, the rape army, okay, which understandably caused a real popular mobilization to take place, first against the Phalangist militias and then against Israel. That's how Hezbollah was born, out of fucking necessity, okay? Just remember that. Which they did because the IDF's invasions, plural, of Lebanon to try and uproot the PLO had all eaten shit. At a particularly tense juncture in 1982, all the parties of the Lebanese Civil War requested an American peacekeeping mission. This is something we'd already done twice successfully in Lebanon, to roaring applause from all of Lebanon's citizens both times. Everything was fine for the better part of the year until in September of 1983, we inexplicably plastered a hillside full of Shia militiamen with Druze militiamen with a battleship volley, killing between dozens and hundreds of their men. Here's the news story for it. U.S. warships were fire in direct support of Lebanese army. Okay? This understandably pissed the Lebanese Shia population off a lot. Prior to that, Lebanon Shia militiamen were annoyed at us for not preventing the Sabra and Shatila massacres, which Israel literally conducted, oversaw, and allowed protective cover for. They straight up lit up flares in the neighborhoods where the PLO was, in the neighborhoods where the Lebanese Shia population was. They shut off egress into the neighborhoods. They shut off exit and entry into the neighborhoods with their tanks so that the Phalangist militias could go in. Some of the most ruthless things that they did, Israel tried to recirculate as propaganda that Hamas did on October 7. Things like, for example, if you heard Israel's barbarism propaganda on October 7, beyond like the actual traumatic incidents that had taken place, beyond the horrifying violence that took place against the civilian population as well as the military, If you heard them say things like Hamas came in and actually cut the baby out of the body of a pregnant woman and killed the baby and the pregnant woman together. That actually did happen. That was what the Phalangists did to the Palestinian and Lebanese Shia population in these neighborhoods. That actually literally happened in the 80s. That literally happened. Israel was there. They watched it happen. And then they shamelessly fucking lied and said Hamas had done that to Israel on October 7th. There's no evidence for that whatsoever happening on October 7th. There is evidence for that happening with the Sabra and Shatila massacre. Every accusation is a confession. I'm not going to get into it a little bit. I'm not going to get into it even further than that. But besides that, the American government literally let that shit happen, in which 1,500 and 3,000 civilians were murdered, ruthlessly slaughtered in late 1982, as we promised the PLO that we would, as a precondition for their withdrawal from Lebanon in 1982. After we killed a bunch of their guys completely unprompted, the kernel of cells that eventually evolved into Hezbollah were quite fucking obviously pissed off at us and wanted us to get the fuck out. The Beirut barracks bombing happened a month later in October of 1983, and if I recall correctly, they explicitly cited Sabra and Shatila as their motivation for that attack. The Iranians had fuck all to do with that attack. We're the ones who pissed off the Shia militias by sticking our thumbs on the scale instead of behaving like unbiased peacekeepers. Lo and behold, once again, literally a consequence of Israel's meddling in the region, because they wanted to do ethnic cleansing to the Palestinian population. They wanted to suppress the Palestinian population. They did not want any sort of Palestinian indigenous movement to thrive in the region. And they were willing to work with some of the most psychotic neo-Nazis in the area. All the while, of course, Israel was still assassinating all of the Palestinian movement leaders as well, many of which had never even taken up arms against the state of Israel prior to this and certainly after as well. So, do you understand why there is a good reason for the Iranians to be frustrated with American intervention and American involvement? After all of that, by the way, after years and years, decades of American intervention, both in Iran and also American intervention against Shia populations in the region, the Iranian government still chose to do a deal with the United States of America under the leadership of Barack Obama. They did the JCPOA. Okay? And then what happened? Donald Trump came in, ripped it apart, added additional sanctions, even though, because this was a multilateral cooperative agreement, Iran was still continuing to follow along with the targets that were set in the JCPOA, even after Donald Trump said, fuck the JCPOA, I'm ripping this apart. And only after Donald Trump literally said, fuck, I'm adding additional sanctions to Iran on top of the sanctions that already existed, that were supposed to be eased, that were not easing. Then Iran said, all right, fuck you. We're going to enrich uranium again, hopefully with another more reasonable administration that comes after this one, so we can go back to the fucking negotiations table one more time. Okay? And here we are. The region is on fire because we finally got one of the more restrained forces in the region to finally say, okay, that's it. We're blowing our load. You back this into a corner over and over again, especially after October 7th, when time and time again Iran had an incredibly limited and very restrained strike package. The first time they bombed Israel was after Israel had struck the Iranian consulate. Okay? That's Iranian soil. And they did so with the slow-rolling Shahed drones for the most part. That was all drones. That was symbolic. Israel and America saw that as a moment of weakness. They calculated that strategic restraint as weakness. Okay? After the 12-day war, they were a little bit more aggressive in their approach to Israel. They pummeled Tel Aviv numerous times. They exposed the weaknesses within the Iron Dome, obviously, which doesn't even stop the ballistic missiles anyway, and the Arrow systems. America and Israel thought, these guys don't have the smoke for us because they don't have the capability. And now they killed the Ayatollah in the first salvo. In the opening salvo, they killed the Ayatollah, an 86-year-old man with no real discernible reason and no real exit strategy. They went in, hopped up on hubris and arrogance and utter domination in mind, directed by the Israeli government to do the final act, to show the Iranian government that there is no negotiations that will ever take place. Amidst a round of negotiations that, according to the Omani mediators, was rather successful. What do you expect them to do? What do you expect them to do when you back your enemy into a corner, when you don't treat them like human beings? They're going to inevitably have to fight their way out. This is a summary written by a 5-year-old. I mean, I'm not reading a summary. I'm just giving you a summary off the top dome now. It's not even, it's, you know, I'm sure you have a lot better of an understanding of the situation, one that somehow will lean heavily into, well, these Islamists are barbarians and you can't deal with them. You just have to kill them all because they say death to America and it hurts my fucking feelings. If you're wondering why Iranians say death to America or death to Israel, this is why. Of course they say that. Okay, Butt Chug Salvia Bong Rips has a remarkable understanding of American foreign policy in the region and how other regional actors might react to that eventually. So are you saying most Iranian people don't want change? So you think Iran is good? For real answer. Okay, please explain Iran killing their own citizens protesting. I don't know if you know this, and this might come as a surprise to you. Nothing that America and Israel is doing is to save the Iranian people from the grips of the Ayatollah or the IRGC. Okay? You have to have the mind of a baby to genuinely come to this conclusion. America has never intervened in a country to save that country. America does not intervene militarily in the affairs of a nation for domestic repression because they truly care about liberating the population. How can you still maintain this position when the opening salvo on Iran led to the death of 150 plus little schoolgirls that were simply going to school? What liberation took place there? None. Seek help, bud. Thanks. I love getting streamers to read it. Yes, everyone thinks you're fucking awesome. You're a really smart troll for this. Okay, take a week off. Do American missiles avoid hitting people who protest against the regime? No, they don't. Of course not. This strategy, this communication strategy, ironically enough, has been deployed in Gaza. It's ironically been deployed in Iraq. It's been deployed in Syria. It's been deployed everywhere where we have some sort of ambition, where we want to destabilize the country. Okay? It's not new. And I would expect people to at least have the wherewithal after 2.5 years of genocide conducted by the Israeli state with American weapons and American protected cover, for people to at least go, okay, maybe the school didn't blow itself up with Iranian missiles. And yet here we are. There are still people who are just trying to, almost as a mantra, repeat this obvious falsehood over and over again, not really to convince anyone else, but seemingly to convince themselves.
Killing machine against America, and that killing machine is going to come to an end.
So if they plan to attack America, I mean, if they plan to attack Israel, then we should attack them.
No, that's not the point.
That's what Secretary Rubio said in a briefing yesterday.
Helping your allies is a good thing, but this is not about them attacking Israel. It's about what they've done to us and what they will do to us.
Can their ballistic missiles reach us here?
They would if they could,
but they
you don't let them get there.
What is this? Why are you not? Are you in support of killing of American citizens by ICE? Please tell me why you keep supporting it. Please answer, please. No, I'm not. But I'm not in support of the IRGC killing its own citizens either. Would you be in support of China nuking the American heartland? And as long as they said, oh, we're doing this because Trump is killing their own citizens? Would you be in support of that? Would you be in support of China nuking your parents? And there is not really an adequate comparison here because China is the power and influence gap, or the technological gap between China and America is not as vast as the technological and influence gap between Iran and the United States of America and Israel. That's why the only comparison I could potentially make is like a truly alien force that is like technologically superior, that's like totally removed from this planet, comes in and starts attacking America, not even China. Yes, Tim Pool is actually defending me against naysayers. Stop making me defend Hassan. He's explaining, as I have for 14 years, that commercial drone technology has created an insane level of warfare. Saying you can buy these things is not telling people to buy them. And I've said the exact same thing Hassan has said here and to the U.S. government. The world has the world is frozen. The pigs are flying. It's the rarest of Tim Pool W's. The broken clock is showing what time it actually is. Why is he saying that? Because Canary Mission has looked at what Ethan Klein was using as a clip and has decided this is a good opportunity to attack one of the most committed anti-Zionists in American media and terror jacket him. Another Israeli agent, Eyal Yacobi, among many other right-wing accounts on the timeline, are posting this to much virality. The clip itself, ironically enough, doesn't actually suggest what the description is saying. Eyal Yacobi, Israel's worst Hasbarist, says, breaking, Hassan Piker tells his audience to commit terrorist attacks. Just make fucking drones. You can purchase them online marketplaces. China literally sells explosive ordnance delivery mechanisms that you can put on a DJI drone. Now let's look at the actual clip. Again, that's a Shahed drone. Like, that's crazy. Oh my God. Bro, you really actually don't need like I was thinking about this with like the Afghanistan, the Taliban, Pakistan fight that was taking place. And I was really thinking about this. You really don't need suicide bombing anymore. You know, because like the Taliban guy was like, oh, you have nuclear arms, but we have like suicide bombers. Like, we'll just blow up your country with suicide bombers. And it's like, you really don't need that anymore in drone warfare, right? You don't need that at all. Just make fucking drones. Just, you can purchase them from, you can purchase them in the online marketplace. Like, China literally sells like explosive ordnance delivery mechanisms that you can put to a DJI drone that you can purchase. Like, it's pretty funny that they don't even try to clip it out of context. Okay? They just put the context in it. And people that watch the video can understand exactly what I'm saying. But because people are so fucking stupid, half of this stuff just relies on people not watching the video. I know. At virtually no significant cost in comparison to like, sophisticated equipment that you need to put together. Should I sue this councilwoman? Hassan Piker is telling his followers to make suicide drones. Also, Hassan Piker said that America deserved 9/11 and has hosted Houthi terrorists on his stream. I know I usually have a policy of not doing this. But I think we should, maybe we should hit the fucking defamation suit. Anyway, here's a couple pictures of our mayor and a current city councilman hanging out with him recently. I'm thinking about it. No, don't tweet, just sue. No, I'm gonna. There are literally more people watching the stream now than voted for her. It won't hurt to talk to some lawyers. No, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm going against my my previous policy of not suing these fucking animals. Cause like it's pretty obvious what's going on. You can see from the video there. So I guess like you kind of at that point you're doing that for the love of the game, right? Like you're doing suicide bombing just for the love of the game because like you want to keep it old school. Is that what it is? Why is bro saying that? I'm just saying it's like insane that I mean this is functionally what you could get away with if you facilitated like a somewhat difficult to pull off suicide bombing strike, right? And instead, you're just using a Shahed drone that's like, what, $10,000? They watermarked the video as well. I think it's worth suing a person in office doing defamation compared to random Twitter posters for sure. Yeah, no, that's why I was... Congressman Randy Fine wants to deport you over this. Yeah, this is what I mean. That's why I was saying, like, litigiousness is annoying, as you're rightly pointed out, but as elected public officials, you have to draw a line, I think. Yeah. No, I'm going to... that's why I'm drawing a line. If it wasn't an elected official, I wouldn't give a shit. Who gives a fuck what some, like, random dickhead on Twitter says? Yeah, suing a content creator for being a bitch is very different than suing a flagrantly racist councilwoman in New York City. I love that Randy Fine keeps posting that image because it looks like it says deport Randy Fine. I agree. Please sue this fucker too. Oh yeah, it was originally boosted by Ethan Klein. Enjoy Discovery and all your evils being legally revealed, Hassan. Okay. I don't know what these guys think like a defamation lawsuit is going to reveal. Do they legitimately think that I'm in contact with like the Taliban or like the Iranian government or something? Because if that was the case, that wouldn't come out in a fucking legal suit. The FBI would be knocking on my fucking door far before this came to, defamation territory. Wait, when I finish my documentary about you? What documentary? Someone in Iran probably getting bombed because they watch you. Okay. Stepdad. Yeah, I saw this. Over on the H3 subreddit, diehard fans have been registering to discuss with Ethan and Gila Klein's enthusiastic support for Trump and Netanyahu's civilian slaughter campaign in Iran. As always, critical posts are being deleted. Just FYI, they will get AOL chat logs from 2004. They go back in that shit. They get all your contacts. Yeah, except I don't have anything. This would only be pertinent if there was actually some kind of sincere connection that... Guys, are you fucking stupid? It's defamation for that case. Some of you guys are sincerely stupid. Like you think you're being helpful, or you think you're like hypersensitive or whatever. No, in the discovery, they will point out you said everything you're trying to say you didn't say because you wanted it interpreted in a different way. Chowder lawyers are like, so if I land on Park Place, does it mean I get all the penalty money? Anyway, the other thing was, yeah, this basically this cult situation. Good luck, everyone. All peace and love. This is the last post I'll make here. It's by far the most difficult one I've made. I've fought for Ethan in so many subs. I defended Gila nonstop since October 7th. I've lost my fiance, friends, and my own mental health defending the clients of this podcast for years now. But watching Ethan cheer on what's been happening in Iran in his IG stories has been eye-opening. For the first time, I can see what the snarkers have been saying. Ethan doesn't care about innocent people's lives. He doesn't care about the slaughter that has and will continue to happen. As long as he can have a dunk on Hassan, he's going to do it. I remember Gila posting praise for Israeli fighter pilots after the strikes in Iran months ago, and it left a bitter taste, but I just tried to move past it. But watching him cheer on the onset of a massive war in the Middle East that has been the straw that broke the camel's back. Canceled my membership, unsubscribed, and I'm done with it all now. This pod has destroyed my mental health, and I'm finally having some introspection and realizing that it's not worth it. There hasn't been goofs and gaffs since October 7th, and I was kidding myself into thinking that they would return. My favorite crew members were Olivia and Cam that left long ago, and I'm beginning to think it was because of Ethan. And there's some other posts that have all been deleted. So good luck, everyone. I know for a fact there are so many amazing people here, but ask yourself if you're okay with Ethan posting celebratory videos while dozens of schoolgirls are dead from those actions. If you are, carry on enjoying the show. I can't anymore, so thanks to everyone here who have ever reached out to help me in my previous posts. I've met some wonderful and amazing people in this community. All the best to you all. It sucks. I love this pod so much. Spent thousands on Teddy Fresh. Shows become unrecognizable. I can't sit with a straight face and say peace and love while Ethan is celebrating attacks the end of the lives of dozens of schoolgirls just so we can dunk on us on. It's all gone to shit. So this is it for me, guys. For those wondering why I would make this post and not just leave, understand that I've sunk so much effort and my life into this pod. I recognize now it was a mistake and I could have saved myself so much money, time, and maybe even my relationships that have been destroyed over an internet show. Watching Ethan call everyone who's critical of him a snarker just reminds me of Trump blaming Biden and Obama for everything. It's that level of delusion and an unwillingness to ever admit he was wrong. The whole thing has become so sad and boring to watch, and I don't have it in me to care anymore. Now, I'm going to say, look, we have a saying in Turkey, zararın neresinden dönersen kârdır. Okay? Which translates loosely to no matter where you turn away from a loss is profit. Okay? So even if it took this much, 2.5 years, great. As long as you identify what caused you to remain in this cult, whether it be sunk costs, whether it be, whatever it might be, right? It's good that you are beginning to recognize that you were duped. Better late than never. Okay? That's it. Also, if there's ever a situation where you're stuck between defending me and your marriage, you should probably stick with your fiance. Let's keep it $150. Okay? Like, there's a difference considering what my worldview looks like. Because if you're having like active conflict with your friends over my perspective, that's still a little crazy. But more often than not, you might be up against a person who has been duped by a pedophile or duped by a sex criminal, duped by an Israel defender. So there is a little bit of validity to wanting not to maintain a relationship with a person like that. But there's limits to that. You know what I mean? If you value your friendship, then it's understandable that you don't talk to them about politics, you know? Depends on what the context is, to be honest. Yeah. Mine just thinks you're an idiot, lol. I mean, yeah, who cares? Don't talk about this issue with them. Your relationships in the real world are significantly more important, in my opinion. If you're going to if you want to change their minds about like actual politics and actual policy, that's different. You know? I do, however, believe that you should probably, you know, stick with your real world friendships. My husband calls you my internet boyfriend. Anyway, as I said, Piker Broadcasting Service, tomorrow's news today. The CIA is working to arm Kurdish forces with the aim of fomenting a popular uprising in Iran. Multiple people familiar with the plan told CNN. This is literally like word for word what I have been saying for the last couple of days. Like verbatim. Not even on some paraphrase shit. The Trump administration has been in active discussions with Iranian opposition groups and Kurdish leaders in Iraq about providing them with military support. This means they're going to send in special forces alongside Kurdish militias. Trump spoke today with the president of the Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan, Mustafa Hijri, according to a senior Iranian Kurdish official. KDPI was one of the groups targeted by the IRGC. Iranian Kurdish opposition forces are expected to take part in a ground operation in western Iran in the coming days, the senior Iranian Kurdish official told Clarissa Ward. I told you, there is no popular mobilization that they can push on the ground. So they're going to try to foment sectarian conflict, ethnic conflict. They're going to try and utilize the Iraqi Kurdish forces, some of which will be on board, some of which will not be on board, for the record. That might be why they were cagey about ruling boots on the ground. This kind of operation would likely involve special forces going into Kurdistan. Yes. And then, obviously, Turkey will get involved. Turkey's Fidan calls Iraqi KRG President Barzani after reports emerged that Trump may seek a Kurdish alliance to topple the regime in Iran. Incredible stuff. From Al Jazeera, in a statement, the IRGC said the sites belong to groups it accused of planning to infiltrate Iran and carry out operations inside the country. Ugh. It's disgusting, dude. What we are doing is fucking disgusting. Let the record show that I'm willing and ready. I understand. Love you. What? Fell for it again award. The U.S. left the Kurds that die in Syria like 2 weeks ago. How can any Kurdish group trust them? I mean, the people in here who are sympathetic will fucking turn around and be like, well, what other options do they have? I don't know. If you're Kurdish in Iraq, why the fuck would you entertain this? You already have an autonomous region. Don't say fucking desperation. This is bullshit. Yeah, also, the Kurdish militias did play a major role in the last round of protests. There were videos of them literally doing like assassination missions in their cars and shit. It's the American CIA's it's the American CIA's most valuable tool in the region. Here we fucking go. During the previous coup attempt, Turkey helped IRGC in killing PJAK. If, let's say, Kurds manage to topple the IRGC and the regime, what do you think happens next? It's not going to fucking happen. It's not going to happen. There's going to be a shit ton of fucking violence. Ground forces are going to get mobilized. America is going to keep playing those videos over and over again. They're going to have aerial support from America and Israel. Ground forces will be presented as popular mobilization of real Iranians, even though they're not even fucking Iranians. Half of them are going to be embedded with special forces, like American troops, embedded amongst the Kurdish militias coming in from Iraq. There's going to be a shit ton of mobilization, fighting on the ground. America doesn't want to deploy their own troops directly. They're too pussy to do so. So they're just going to fucking force the Kurds to go in, or not even force the Kurds, urge the Kurds to go in. And then Turkey's going to come in and bomb everyone and create another protective zone in their western border. I mean, in their eastern border, sorry. In the Iranian northwestern border. It's literally Syria. It's Syria. How is that good for the Iranian Kurds? There is a significant, in both cases, the Kurds have no choice. It's like getting stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's a significant Kurdish population in Iran. Stop playing it. Okay, dude. Yes, there's real mobilization happening amongst the Iranian Kurds. They're all, this is their opportunity. They had no other options. It'll go the way of Rojava if the Kurds are even lucky. Great. At the end of the day, you're looking at the Kurds getting bombed by Turkey, okay? I know they don't want to fight the regime. That's why I said it's going to be the Iraqi militias. Do they know what fires they are unleashing? If the Kurds agree to this, it will have major consequences. The Turks will almost certainly intervene, at first with airstrikes and then with ground forces. They might even get a direct conflict with Israel, who they now see as power bent on regional hegemony. The Iranian army will be deployed in the Kurdish region to counter these proxies. The ground war is unlikely to remain confined to the region, with Shia militias from Iraq joining the fight. It may spread much further than people anticipate. Kuwait is a short drive away. Even if the proxies backed by U.S.-Israeli air power manage to push back the Iranian ground forces and survive Turkish pressure, that will not destabilize the regime in Tehran. It will create a breakaway province under Israeli influence. The Iranians will come back later to reclaim their territory, setting the stage for persistent conflict. That is the most sober assessment, and that is precisely what Israel is looking for. Israel wants to do a carve-out region for the Kurds that is semi-autonomous, so that they can basically use it like a fucking fleshlight. And even if it does not work, okay, it doesn't matter, because it still destabilizes the region further. It still destabilizes Iran further. And the goal here is to keep the Iranian government occupied with whatever they can, because they can't get the Pahlavis to fucking storm the streets and, I don't know, forcibly take over the government somehow. Why is it leaking, though, that they're working with the CIA? What do you mean? Well, one, because this stuff is not even as sophisticated as it used to be. They don't even try that hard. Because there's also no democratic process as well. I'm just telling you ahead of time exactly what's going to happen. And then when it happens, you're still going to see a shit ton of people in my chat being like, oh, Turkish guy, classic. You hate the fucking Kurds. Oh, classic Turkish guy doesn't want Kurdish autonomy. What's next? And then a couple of years after the fact, when, the dust is settled and Turkey has created a prefecture that is like also semi-autonomous as like a border region in between the Iranian border, inside of Iranian boundaries, slammed to the fucking ass cheeks of the Turkish state, everyone will go, how could this have happened? Oh my God, look, America betrayed the Kurds again. That's crazy. Iran doesn't need to fire a single missile at a U.S. soldier. It just needs to destroy a water factory. The GCC has no natural fresh water. 60% comes from... Okay, dude. How do we stop it? There is no way to stop it. Dude, you've been completely dismissive of every single person who's directly affected by this in the region. Like their feelings are complicated. You're being an asshole, acting like they're stupid for not being as reflexively anti-American as you. Me, my feelings. It's a complex matter. My feelings. Why don't you care about my feelings when talking about the grand design of American empire and all of the tens of thousands killed in the process and the tens of millions displaced in the process? Why don't you care about my feelings? I don't know. Why don't you care about what America is already doing and will continue to do as I'm describing it? At this point, if you're more mad about the tone I'm taking, a stern tone I'm taking, rather than the imminent collapse of a country with 93 million people, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Lock in. Yeah, it's a complex matter. What America's doing is wrong, but it doesn't change how it affects them. Yeah, it's going to change how it affects them when America blows them up.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
So what? Does the Middle East just completely collapse now and plunge into another decades-long streak of violence? What's going to happen now? Yes, if America and Israel get their wishes across, there's only two options out of this. If Iran punishes Israel hard enough and American assets hard enough that Donald Trump has to back away and keep the government intact, and I know that a lot of people are not fond of the IRGC, and therefore they're going to get mad when I say this, that is the least bad option out of all of the horrifyingly bad options. Okay? That is the only stable option here. Every other option is collapse of the Iranian state, tens of millions displaced, maybe hundreds of thousands killed in the process. This massive country falls into ethnic conflict, totally geared up by Israel and America, and they're literally saying it. They're not hiding it. They're like, we are going to utilize the Kurdish militias as a base for a popular mobilization because we don't have the actual popular mobilization. And the reverberations and the impact of these decisions will be felt all across the globe, specifically in Europe as well. Another influx of refugees to Europe. And the Iranians living in diaspora will very quickly realize that no one actually sees them as Aryans, and instead totally sees them as a cancerous scourge upon the Western civilization as they demand that they get deported. There's also the nuclear option in this process as well. In the war of attrition, if Israel feels like they've completely lost, their batteries have been depleted, and they're completely fucking failing to defend the Israeli state, there's also that. Nuclear deterrence. Because like at the end of the day, there's an escalation ladder, right? And Israel is a nuclear armed nation state. And so is the United States of America. The only thing that has kept the nuclear escalation at bay is that there are other nuclear armed nations. Let's say the worst option takes place. It's either Donald Trump or Israel deploys a tactical nuke in Iran to put an end to everything else. The next day, I think Russia would nuke Lviv and just, you know, completely fucking slowly but surely piece up the Eastern Bloc under the Russian Federation. We are living in a very different world at that point. Why Lviv? I don't know. I just like saying Lviv because Kiev is like too, it's, you know, Kiev is too important, I think. In the past, this kind of nuclear posture was stopped because the USSR would threaten to use them. Okay? That's the other thing. She and her Nazi son who runs the account are the worst Paladinos. They bring shame to my family name. Look at this freak. Paladino's son lands himself in controversy. In the past, the USSR would threaten nukes if America did certain things. Nowadays, I feel like all of the nuclear armed states are way more focused on their own personal ambitions. So who fucking knows? I'm not saying that's likely to happen, by the way. I'm not saying that nukes will be launched. I'm just simply stating that that is the worst possible option. Okay? I wasn't saying that that's likely to happen. I'm just saying that if you're asking me what the worst option is, that's the worst option. Signs that the policy will be ethnic fragmentation and civil war. Israel will love this. The region, the global economy, American interests, the people of Iran, and that many countries dealing in the new refugee flows will not. Yes. It's so crazy that they're just like openly stating what their desire is. They're not hiding it. They're just straight up saying it. We've been told by Kurdish sources that the American and Israeli forces have been asked to provide air cover when any such ground operation begins. Our sources do not know if that request has been approved. Weapons have been smuggled into Western Iran since last year to arm thousands of Kurdish volunteers. They are expected to begin ground operations within days. This comes as Trump spoke with Kurdish leaders in Iraq on Sunday to discuss what might come next. Yeah, since last year, weapons have been smuggled into Western Iran to arm thousands of Kurdish volunteers. They're expected to begin a ground operation within days, according to ITV News. The very fact that we're talking about a chain of command that would possibly stop with a general mutiny before a nuke is launched is insane. It's totally Cold War era posturing with no nuclear power that's like seemingly threatening mutual assured destruction. Yeah, it sounds like they're just going to brute force a premature uprising and just run with it as far as it goes. I've been saying this for the past couple of days, and now those plans are coming to the forefront. If they had a true popular base that could mobilize in the direction of Reza Pahlavi, they wouldn't do this. But because they don't have that, they're just winging it. Still, any U.S. and Israeli support for a Kurdish group, Kurdish ground force tasked with helping to dislodge the Iranian regime would need to be extensive, the people familiar with the matter said. They will send American special forces alongside the Kurdish militias, by the way. The people familiar with the matter said, U.S. intelligence estimates have consistently indicated that the Iranian Kurds don't currently have the influence or resources to bolster a successful uprising against the government, said one of the people. This is code for a lot of the Iranian Kurds don't want to fucking do this. For the record, there are some, clearly, because they did like targeted assassinations during the protests that were taking place. If you were paying close attention to what was going on inside of Iran, there's that famous video where there's like a police chief that's in his car, and then two guys, one with a hand cam, one with a fucking AK-47, roll up to the car and start spraying it, and then the car, obviously, they like end up assassinating the police chief in the region. That is, you know, those are some of the guys that are invested in being used as a destabilizing force inside of Iran. Anyway, and Iranian Kurdish parties are looking for political assurances from the Trump administration before committing to join any resistance effort, according to a source familiar with the matter. Bomb Turkey, deport Hassan. Bomb Turkey, deport Hassan. Bomb Turkey, deport Hassan. The Amer-Israeli Fats have only one speed. They're just like, we got to bomb something and we got to deport someone, you know? Yeah, bomb a NATO country. Oh, also, yes, Turkey's pro-Kurdish Dem Party criticized the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, saying it opposed external designs on the country. There's also that. So not all of the Kurdish forces are in line with this, especially so close to what America did with Rojava. But then again, you know, they need some hands and they got it, right? Yes, I know Jon Stewart doesn't get it. I know, because at the end of the day, Jon Stewart is an American. Scoop, a suspected Iranian drone attack hit the CIA station in Saudi Arabia in what would amount to a significant symbolic victory for the Islamic Republic. I covered this already. The U.S. and Saudi governments confirmed that 2 drones hit the U.S. Embassy's complex in Riyadh on Monday, but did not disclose that America's spy hub was hit in the attack. An internal State Department alert obtained by the Post said the attack collapsed part of the embassy's roof and contaminated the inside with smoke. The notice said the embassy sustained structural damage and personnel continue to shelter in place. While the attack amounts to a minor setback for the spy agency's presence in Saudi Arabia, it may find significance to an embattled regime that has long viewed the CIA as the ultimate foe, given Washington's covert support for the 1953 military coup that ousted Iran's elected prime minister. CIA station in Saudi capital hit in drone attack with Ellen Nakashima, NASEC reporter for the Post. I obviously was a child when the machinations of 2003 were set in motion, but I did a lot of reading at the time, right? About, you know, things that unfolded. I was paying attention, but I was like 12, 13, 14, living in Turkey. But I don't understand like how overt it is. Like I don't think, and I'm sure there's like older people in here, but I don't think it was this like transparent when they, you know, in the build up to 2003.
Calling on President Trump today. Join Israel to attack Hezbollah. Avenge the Marines. America never forgets. Those 220 Marines and 18 sailors' families, we want to go after the infrastructure that killed your loved ones. They're IRGC assets in Beirut as I speak. President Trump, come up with a new operation called Simplify. Fly with Israel and go after Hezbollah, who has American blood on its hands. Not only take the mothership of Iran down, also take the proxy of Hezbollah, settle the score, even the account.
Is there a fucking Israel-backed war that this man will not get on board with? Like, his appetite, his bloodlust is unlimited, it seems. It's crazy. Why don't you go die for Israel, man? What the fuck is this shit? It's mind-boggling. What argument should I give someone who invokes the way women are treated in Iran and the Middle East to support their Islamophobic sentiment? Please, I need to know. Ask them if blowing up women is somehow their salvation, is leading to their salvation. It's the same shit, man. You should be well equipped by now. They did the same thing with Hamas. They were like, Hamas is anti-LGBT, Hamas is anti-women. Considering that the targets are still, of Muslim origin, and the victims are also of Muslim origin, of Muslim background, it's the same fucking propaganda that they're deploying. It's the same talking points, and the counters are still the same. Ask them how you're killing women feministly. I always just say, imagine you have a neighbor who's a bit of a dick and bigoted. Would you go over to his house and shoot him dead for that? Yeah. Is he talking about the 1983 bombings? Yes, he is. Because that's how little they have. Like, that's how little they have in terms of building propaganda against Iran, that they're literally going back to 1983, the bombing of the barracks. I want justice, man. I want to shed this government of the unlimited pro-Israel brain rot that it has. I want justice. It's crazy. They're not even doing a good enough job. The people don't want this. I don't know what else to say other than this sucks. It just, like, I think people are aware of it.
What will the Iranian government do? What will the Ayatollahs do? Well, they have one play and one play only. One play. And that is they are counting on the Cuck coalition. They are counting on the lying left in the United States and the horseshoe right to undermine the United States and Israel right here. That is the entire game. That's the entire game. Try to
send Ben Shapiro to the front lines once again. Send Ben Shapiro to the front lines. Send Ben Shapiro to the front lines, dude.
Draw domestic support for the operation. Now, again, that's nothing new. That's not just a thing that's happening right now and it's unique and this is some sort of crazy claim. Our military enemies always, invariably count on their use.
Bro, you're literally Jewish. You love Israel so much. You can go live there. You can join the IDF. I don't understand. Like, what is happening? It's not like there are only benefits. Okay? There are only benefits. Go join the IDF. There are so many amenities that the state offers for you to do Aliyah. Do Aliyah, Ben. What are we doing? I don't get it.
Useful allies and useful idiots to push their agenda. The Germans, in the lead up to World War II, counted on the American Bund, and they celebrated as the Lindbergh Right gained credibility in the United States. They deployed Lord Haw Haw against the Brits. The Japanese activated Tokyo Rose to undermine American combat morale during World War II. The Viet Cong, who lost on the battlefield, counted on the American legacy media to convince Americans to abandon our victories in Vietnam. The KGB, the NKVD before that, they routinely utilized idiots in the United States to spread their propaganda, going all the way back.
Yeah, every American that's against this action is actually a foreign actor, but not Ben, who very clearly has openly stated his desires of being Israel first. Ben is not a foreign actor. That's what's so funny about this. Like, he literally is putting the interests of a foreign state and their ambitions over the interests of American citizens, while simultaneously having the audacity to make it seem like anyone else that goes, I don't want to go fucking fight for Israel. I don't want my tax dollars going to fucking Israel's expansionist goals. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, you must be a foreign actor. You must love the IRGC. You must be a KGB asset. It's so insane. At least in other conflicts, it was like directly American imperialism. So you could make a better argument. Oh, you must be a Soviet agent or whatever. In this circumstance, the foreign actor is you. What are you talking about?
Back to the New York Times in the early part of the 1930s with Walter Duranty. Even Baghdad Bob tried to tell the American public everything was fine in Iraq while Saddam Hussein was falling. bizarre confluence of the lying left, Democrats who protest that we're not winning, that we can't possibly win, there's no way we can win, and the horseshoe right.
Not just a foreign actor, an idiot. I mean, an idiotic foreign actor, but 100%.
Conspiracy theorists, morons, isolationists, anti-American devotees of Bernie Sanders' foreign policy. That's the stuff the Ayatollahs are counting on.
Yeah, this is the same as like 2003. If you were anti-Iraq war, they called you a terrorist. Except the difference is back then, the overwhelming majority of Americans were in support of this. They were hopped up on like the 9/11, like the residual anger that they felt towards 9/11. They were on a vengeance quest. You know what I mean? But now the overwhelming majorities are not on the side of going to war for Israel. So as a matter of fact, they're still trying to do the same propaganda, but this time it's very clear who the fucking foreign actor is. It's very clear who's placing the interests of a foreign state in the against the interests of domestic needs. That's what's so funny about it.
What?
To claim not wanting to die for Israel is it's hilarious with this very Israel first propagandist to claim not wanting to die for Israel is foreign state propaganda.
Are the Iranian what will the
It's so over for these dudes, but it doesn't matter. The real problem here is democracy. There is no real democratic process. You see what I mean? Like, the American foreign policy does not operate in this democratic manner.
We have a Secretary of War that has crusader tattoos. He says, fuck around and find out. And they're bombing people. And yeah, it's going to happen, guys. Sorry to say. Until they're all gone? Absolutely. I think that a lot of people... I think that the peacetime that we've experienced for such a long time has really kind of made people soft to the
Dude never leaves his house. He is literally talking about those who are significantly less fortunate than him going out and dying for Israel. Okay? He is trying to package this as like, oh, we were just a soft nation. Now we're a hard nation. Okay, you go to the fucking front lines then. Draft Asmongold. Send Asmongold to the front lines. What the fuck do you mean we're a soft nation? You would perish if you didn't get your fucking Dr. Pepper and chicken nuggets one day. And you're over here talking about we're a soft nation. We're going to be hard again.
Of just mass killing people. It works amazingly well. Trust me. If you look at the history books, you will see that mass killing people works really, really fucking well. Every single time it's worked. So every page, every chapter, every story is based off of that every single time. And again, this is not an alternative that you can have peace to. This is an alternative that you can have a perpetual ongoing war that costs the lives of thousands of people, or you can for once put a stop to it, or at least try to put a stop to it and improve things. That's it.
Dude, it's getting increasingly harder, in my opinion, to do this kind of like Israel first propaganda, but from an American first perspective. He's trying. He's still trying his best.
You can't say you can't say the truth like that, bro. Yeah, you can't say that, guys. That's it. And that's not going to crash out over this one. No, I'm telling you, it didn't work for Hitler. My grandpa wiped out 500 Nazis. Well, yeah, because the entire world, like, turned against them and he totally fucked up. Like, that's the reason why. And Hitler also did take over a lot of Europe. Like, what are you talking about?
Wait,
Hitler
what?
was massively powerful, and it took the entire world turning against him to stop that, and then him going to fucking Russia and then killing his army in the fucking Russian winter. Like, what are we talking about? Mm.
Is there any way to read this other than pro-Hitler? I'm a little bit confused.
Send down my argument. If you kill your enemy's moral spawn, Naruto brains need to be banned. Yeah, I know. But you'll see what happens. You will.
He's on the side of modern-day Hitler, which is Israel, while simultaneously also on the side of old Hitler, Adolf Hitler. Very cool. Pro-Hitler, Nazi gold, and Twitch has yet to take action. At least he's consistent about his love of Hitler. Yeah, he hasn't left his house in years. What a weak indoors man, proper incel. I know, but there are a lot of people in his audience. Well, the non-bots, basically. There are a lot of Euroids in his audience who also never leave their homes and think that when America is force projecting like this, that somehow makes them powerful as well. Oh, also, this is really funny. Israeli TV whines about Secretary of State Marco Rubio giving the game away by confirming the war in Iran is for Israel.
Meanwhile, Marco Rubio, and possibly the most damaging comment for Israel yesterday, said that the Israelis were planning an attack, and the Americans felt that if they didn't preemptively strike Iran, that the Americans would be hit as a result of Israel's strike on Iran, which puts Israel in a really tough spot right now, and Israel supporters.
Oh, dude, fuck, man. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I? Guys, I know we're giving everything to the beautiful nation state of Israel, but have you considered the beautiful nation state of Israel's feelings? Shit, man. I can't believe we put Israel in a tight spot again while simultaneously doing everything. While simultaneously doing everything that Israel wants all the time, unconditionally.
Here at home, essentially being used as fodder by Israel critics to say that Jerusalem is controlling Washington's foreign policy. So a real messaging issue right now. Meanwhile,
real messaging issue. Chris Murphy, this is as serious as it gets. Oh shit, what are they leaking?
Serious as it gets. This is war and peace. They told us in that room that there are going to be more Americans that are going to die, that they are not in the short run going to be able to stop these drones that are going to continue to fly into the Middle East. We have to have a debate in the United States Senate on an authorization of military force. It will likely fail. It will likely fail, and we shouldn't be voting to proceed to other pieces of legislation until we get a debate on this deeply unpopular, immoral, and illegal war with Iran. Senate.
Oof. Senator Richard Blumenthal, after the briefing on Iran, said, I just want to say I'm more fearful than ever that this briefing, that we may be putting boots on the ground. We are putting boots on the ground. It's going to be first special forces, though.
I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground and that troops from the United States may be necessary to accomplish objectives that the administration seems to have. But
this guy is also super pro-Israel, by the way.
I also am no more clear on what the priorities are going to be of the administration going forward, whether it is destroying the nuclear capacity of Iran or simply the missiles or regime change or stopping terrorist activities. And I think the administration owes it to the American people to have briefings not just for members of Congress but for the American public. Nothing here should have been classified. I just want to say
Ruben Gallego is super pro-Israel and has been weirdly anti this war. Yeah, because he's reading the writing on the wall, man. What is this? Oh my God. Stop. Hassan, I don't agree with everything you say, but most of it, I just want to say thank you for covering this so much. It's like the only way to get real information, as it's poorly covered in Sweden. Don't worry, brother. It's poorly covered in America too, okay? It's not just poorly covered in Sweden. It's poorly covered in America too. An INS Israel poll found 81% of Israeli support the strikes on Iran, 96% of those who voted for the current government, and 63% believe they should continue until the Iranian regime is overthrown. If you want to understand where the popular support is, well, you have it. It's in fucking Israel. We are there is no popular support for this in America, but there is, however, popular support for this in Israel. Also, I can't even quote retweet this because Lahav Harkov, senior political correspondent for Jewish Insider in Israel, has blocked me. Anyway, every day that goes by, I am more and more angry at Joe Biden for not fucking putting an end to this. It is unbearable.
Compound of the group that chooses the supreme leader. I'm being told that I've got a guest standing by for me. Michael Knights is head of research with Horizon Engage. He specializes in the military and security affairs of Iraq, Iran, and the Gulf states. I'm going to get you, because that is our latest, very latest news into CNN, just get you to respond to what you've just heard me report there.
It's really nice to hear your London accent, Becky. So thank you very much for staying at your post during this. Hitting of the Assembly of Experts building without actually killing large numbers of those officials, if that's what's happened, and it seems to be the case, indicates that the Israelis probably did what they call a roof knock on the location before they struck it, which means they were trying to disrupt the process of electing a new speaker or appointing a new supreme leader, and warning those involved to stay dispersed, but without trying to actually kill a large number of the most senior clerics in Iran at the same time.
Michael, that's fascinating. How much longer can Tehran realistically sustain this pace of attacks without depleting key capabilities or risk a far more punishing response? And let's remind ourselves, caveat, Donald Trump told my colleague CNN's Jake Tapper yesterday that we are yet to see the big wave, as he described it.
I think both sides have still got some escalation options in reserve. The Iranians have not at this point hit upstream energy in the Gulf, desalination, leadership, and they've stayed away from some other civilian targets. Right now, the US has not gone for providing very strong support to Iranian opposition elements within the country, and they still have some options in terms of further escalation against regime security targets. So, right now we're at the point where the Iranians basically can survive. The Iranian regime can survive at this point. It can probably hang on for a couple of more weeks. The question is whether anybody's going to try a lot harder to give it a push over the edge. The Israelis want the regime to fall. The US, within the next week or two, might decide that just disarming the regime is good enough.
I'm in the Gulf region, so I do want to keep this front and center in our reporting because it's important. We have seen this.
B-2 bombings on Iran ongoing. Two officials say B-2 stealth bombers have been targeting command and control nodes of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, as well as weapons depots and an assembly facility for Iran's rocket program. Operations are ongoing now. Why the fuck didn't they hit that from the start? I don't know if they know exactly where these places are. I'll be honest. This is the only way that they can effectively cripple the Iranian missile launchers, for the record. It's very expensive. It's not a guarantee that it reaches. It's not a guarantee that it reaches at all. And I will say that they probably should have done this from the start if they actually wanted to successfully stop the bombing or stop the Iranian missile program. And the reason why they didn't do it is because I don't think they know where it is. That's why they were trying out different options. And this is more so just a posture. At most, the only thing. So here's what U.S. targeting does. Okay. And the reason why it's like very difficult for them to stop and hinder the Iranian missile strike operations. They can close off the entrances. Okay. That's all they can do, because the Iranian missile silos, the Iranian missile production facilities, and the Iranian missile launchers are all deep underground. They're literally under a network of massive tunnels that are embedded on the side of fucking mountains. America knows this. Don't say shush. America obviously knows this. What are you, fucking crazy? Of course they know all of this shit. It is inside of mountains. It's underneath mountains. So the only thing they can do is locate the entrance points and try to collapse the entrance points, aside from directly targeting the technicals and the single-use launchers that they have. So that's what they've been doing. They keep peppering people. They do double strikes, like double tap strikes on the launchers, so they can kill if they catch one while it's launching. All they can do is blow up the launcher and blow up the people that are in the launcher as they're escaping, with the hopes that there aren't, more soldiers in the IRGC that can go out with a new launcher and launch missiles all again. Not only is Iran a massive country, but Iran is also a very mountainous country. It's a very mountainous region. So imagine if it was like, instead of the Taliban or Al Qaeda in the mountainside, using small arms to take pot shots, it's basically like missile launchers instead on the side of those fucking mountains. So the B-2 stealth bombers, I think B-2. It's back now. Yeah, it went all the way down and it's back again. But for some reason, hello? Can you see me? Can you hear me? I'm back. I don't know what's going on with my internet today. It's pretty fucking crazy, but it just keeps getting nuked over and over again. It's very consistent though, because once it goes out, it comes back like it never went away. I don't know. The Mossad is out for your ass? I don't think so. I don't think it's that. But I'm back. Anyway, what I was talking about initially is, if they utilized B-2 bombers in the first sortie, which I think they did, 4 of them to be exact, they flew in and they flew back. That means that they weren't able to successfully diminish Iran's launching capabilities, considering that Iran, since the first day, has been pummeling, absolutely fucking nuking the Gulf states. And not only has it been pummeling the Gulf states, but Iran has also been successfully pummeling Tel Aviv, which means that there is very limited success as far as the B-2 bombing campaigns. They might try again, this time with additional information, because it's been a couple days. They know exactly where the launchers are. But at most, the entirety of the Iranian missile production and missile launching systems are designed around this. Just as the Iranian government already had a contingency plan in motion for a decapitation strike, they obviously also have a contingency plan in motion, or not a contingency plan, but they've hardened their defenses specifically for this, so that they can continue they can continue digging themselves out of these bombing campaigns and then going back and continuously bombing their enemies over and over again. Okay? Sorry, I'm maintaining eye contact and also flipping to this camera because at this time of the day, there's too much light. Are you going to watch Chunk Yogurt with Glenn Greenwald on stream tonight? Probably not. Okay. Iran has launched the third ballistic missile salvo towards Israel in the last hour. This was in 2:13, like 30 minutes ago. Targeting Haifa and Eilat. IRGC says they've struck 10 oil tankers in Hormuz since the start of the war. Economist says Gulf countries are using more interceptors daily than the U.S. produces annually. Holy shit. Hezbollah carried 13 operations today, including targeting 5 different Merkavas in a matter of 6 hours. Their drones reached Haifa and they bombed Tel Aviv, Haifa, and the occupied Golan with rockets. Iranian drones targeted the Baghdad airport. The greatest the greatest opportunity here for Israel is that it's just not closer to fucking Yemen, because if it was, oh my God, they'd be also getting in on the fun. They are, from what I understand, they are also trying to join the bombing campaign. American destroyer hit by Qatar 380 and Taliyeh missiles. In a statement, number 19, a True Promise 4 operation has stated, the naval missile operation of the IRGC against a strategic U.S. target at a depth of over 600 kilometers in the Indian Ocean was carried out with a powerful strike. In a series of actions, a prominent American destroyer refueling from an American tanker ship 650 kilometers off the coast of Iran in the Indian Ocean was hit by a Qatar 380. According to intelligence reports, following a massive fire on the deck of the two ships, the sky of the ocean became dark and smoky. Oh, and if you're wondering, I guess, I mean, this is too long about Hezbollah's ambitions or motivations for joining this iteration of the war. Qadir, not Qadar. Oh, my bad. First, the context from November 2024 to March 2026, Lebanon lived through what I would call a ceasefire warfare, a new U.S.-backed model of managed war, as Israel called it, a dynamic truce, which it used as cover for continued aerial strikes, assassinations, occupations of 5 strategic points, over 15,000 violations, 400 plus killed, kidnappings, and blocked reconstruction. In short, Israel used the ceasefire to achieve what it failed to do during the actual 2-month war. The goal was not just to weaken the Hezbollah militarily, but to erase the conditions that produce resistance, while a weak and servile Lebanese government that neither recognized nor defended South Lebanon looked on and tried to delegitimize and constrain Hezbollah's resistance activity. All of this is true. It is worth establishing from the outset that Hezbollah's decision to participate in the war was not primarily about supporting Iran strategically, nor even about ideological solidarity after Khamenei's assassination. Iran has been... oh my God, this guy keeps asking about America diverging from Israel since yesterday. Literally nonstop. Literally nonstop. And I have already answered this person's question, by the way. Like, not only have I answered this person's question, but I've also answered the exact same question that's been asked 1,000,000 times over. Okay? America doesn't mind that Israel is a violent fucking entity in the region. America doesn't mind Israel advancing its Greater Israel project. Okay? It doesn't. However, at times, Israel steps out of the confines of what America's strategic interests might be in the region. Sometimes Israel even blows up an American naval asset, for example, like USS Liberty. But because Israel is important to the United States of America's needs in the region, at least especially the time during USS Liberty and still to the at this point in time as well, America lets Israel do whatever the fuck it wants. Nowadays, Israel has become much more ambitious with its goals overall, okay? And what America could do with Iran is very different than what Israel wants out of Iran, okay? If America wanted to chip away at the regional power that Iran has, well, it's already basically destroyed its fucking proxies. It's a much more weakened state for Iran right now as a regional power. Main problem for Israel is the Iranian ballistic missiles program. Main problem for America is Iran being a regional power. They could just get assurances from Iran and allow ease of sanctions on Iran and normalize relationships with Iran. Israel doesn't want that. Okay? Israel does not want that. This is where the interests diverge. For America's perspective, it's much easier to just simply negotiate with Iran, engage in diplomacy, and, allow Iran to exist in the region. As they have done so in the past, like with the JCPOA. The reason why Donald Trump is against that is not because he has like some special smoke for Iran or whatever. That's the reason why they can't even come up with like a good enough reason to why we're blowing up Iran right now. That's why they have to go back to 1983 and say, well, Iran helps Hezbollah and Hezbollah blew up our barracks in 1983. There's no good reason. There's no real revenge here. Okay, that's why they lie and say that like Iran actually is the inventor of roadside bombs or whatever. It's all bullshit. Do you understand? Is that helpful? America could deal with Iran in a much different way, but it won't because Israel doesn't want it to. And this is the most Israel compromised administration that we've ever experienced. This is approximately the 54th time that I've described this, by the way, in great detail. Just pointing out real weird shit. I'm a big consumer of your content via clips of you. But since the attack started, I need like 4 to 5 refresh before getting recent content. Crazy stuff. Not sure if shadow banned or algo tweaking. No, TikTok is absolutely fucking limiting the reach of anyone that's talking about this shit. For sure. 100%. Myself included. TikTok is totally fucked if that's what you're asking. They are throttling the living shit out of anyone that speaks out against the Amer-Israeli years of lead. Ellison talk. Iran state-run Tasnim news agency claiming that a U.S. F-15 fighter jet has been shot down by the country's air defense. No confirmation yet. Urgent. A source familiar with Tasnim. Another American F-15 was shot down. Whoa. This would call into question the previous F-15s falling to friendly fire. If Iran was capable of taking out another F-15, we will find out soon enough if that's the case, by the way, because the other ones fell on Kuwaiti soil. Remember, the 3 F-15s that fell, they turned around and said, oh, it's actually the Kuwaiti air defenses, our air defenses in Kuwait that actually took these out in a friendly fire incident. If a 4th one also fell, and especially if it fell not on Kuwaiti soil, but like somewhere where it is recoverable, or if there's like footage of the operation, this will show us whether or not the previous 3 F-15s fell in a friendly fire incident or if Iranians actually blew it up. Which is huge. They're like $80 million a pop. But also up until this last quote unquote friendly fire incident over Kuwait, F-15s had an unbeatable record. I think they have no downings during combat, right? The F-15s up until this Yeah, it had an untouched record. $110 million. Nice. Seems unlikely since the F-15s have been in service for like a long time. Those only count for air to air. That's just cope. Bro, the F-15 was shot down near Abadan. IRGC has airport nearby, 70 kilometers from Kuwait. F-15 has 0 losses in aerial combat. So they have been downed. So ground-to-air hits have happened on F-15s before. Yes, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced that they struck a Navy U.S. destroyer more than 600 kilometers off the Iranian coast in the Indian Ocean. Okay? With a Qadar 380. Or Qadir? However you say it. I'm sorry. I don't know how to say it. Statement claimed the vessel was hit while refueling from a U.S. tanker, triggering a massive fire on both ships. Taking out THAAD battery systems too, estimated at 1 billion. Something over 1 billion lost here. Breaking, Iran struck both UAE THAAD missile defense radar sites. The UAE operates 2 THAAD batteries, each equipped with one ANTPY-2 radar detected locations. In recent years, the radars were typically parked just outside their hangars during peacetime. Site 1, prior satellite imagery shows radar components positioned outside the hangar in their usual location. Post-strike imagery shows debris in the same spot, suggesting the ANTPY-2 was likely destroyed. Site 2, low-resolution imagery shows at least 2 direct hits, one on the radar hangar and another one on the support hangar. However, older 2025 imagery indicates that the radar was sometimes parked several meters away on the left side of the large hangar, making the exact loss status unclear. Assessment. Both sites were likely hit. Site 2 clearly sustained damage, while Site 1's radar loss is likely but not fully confirmed. Meanwhile, it's been really interesting watching the UAE and all the Gulf states do propaganda about how fucking awesome it is to live there and how protected they are. There was a, have you seen those posts from like influencers living in the Gulf states? There was a Twitter thread with them. Can someone link it to me if you have it? Footage showing damage in Bnei Barak, east of Tel Aviv. Breaking, fragmentation munition impact reported in Bnei Barak. Fires reported in central Israel. Israeli and Iranian Telegram channel shared footage showing damage in Bnei Barak, east of Tel Aviv, after what Iranian RGC affiliated media described as an Iranian fragmentation munition impact in the city. Separate videos circulated online show fires burning in what was reported as central Israel following the impact. It was not immediately clear whether the fires or the reporter strike refer to the same site. New CIA evacuating post within Iranian missile strike. Oh no. CIA evacuating post. Dude, what the fuck? CIA evacuating post within Iranian missile range after drone strike hits Riyadh station. A suspected Iranian drone strike hit the CIA station inside the U.S. Embassy compound in Riyadh. According to people familiar with the incident, the Washington Post reports. Yeah, we covered this already. Oh, this is what I was looking for. Thank you. Look, my favorite is, by the way, they all are doing the same thing. So these have to be paid promotion, right? But my favorite is the ones where they do it with the UAE. And they always play the same video on loop, which is really funny. I don't know why they just show MBS fixing his arms. But the Dubai one's the best. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for the Dubai one? This is gonna fucking blow your mind. Scared? I live in a country built on security, stability, and strong leadership. Also, the song that they're using is Stromae, about how his father abandoned him or something, right? Isn't that what it is? Those who moved to Dubai for tax shelter are searching for bomb shelters tonight. They say we're searching for bomb shelters. The truth? The truth. I'm watching a city that feels safer than most, even on a bad day. Working abroad isn't about escaping taxes or our country. It's about choosing the stage where our talent shines the brightest. This is ChatGPT. My passport is Indian. My heart is Indian. But my growth is global. Using a crisis to roast people isn't clever. It's just a reflection of your own character. You want to see the shelters we're hiding in? Here they are. His father was killed in genocide, not abandoned. Okay, more.
Dubai is literally the only place in the world where if there is like bombs and drones flying over, you still feel safe. It's so crazy. Like I moved there 3 months ago, and obviously we've all seen what's going on here. But I moved here three months ago officially, and so many people around me are texting me like, "Hey, are you safe? Is everything okay? Don't you want to go back home? Don't you want to move?" I can't go back like to the Netherlands or Europe right now anyway because the airport is closed. But I literally didn't think about it for a second. Obviously, it's quite scary, and I've never experienced something like this before. But for some reason, like in Dubai, you just know shit is sorted. You know things are organized. There have been like 200 drones and I think like around 200 missiles been intercepted, and there have been a couple of small things happening as a result from that. But
yeah, no, dog, that's bullshit. Also, look, I know the Qataris are going to get mad at me for saying this because they've also, the state has also been doing the same thing as the rest of the GCC, but they have been claiming insanity. Okay, every state in the Gulf has claimed that they have intercepted like nuclear ballistic missiles, like they're like, oh yeah, we've actually taken out multiple Iranian aircraft, 1,000 drones. Like the numbers are insane. Okay, and it's funny because you see the videos. You see the fucking videos and it's like, well, okay, I don't think they're intercepting any of the missiles at all.
Other than that, like we're all safe, life goes on. Everything is going great here. I just stay inside for today, maybe tomorrow as well. But I think it's been handled really perfect by the government and the army.
For asking if everyone in Dubai is okay, see for yourself. Oh, this is my favorite one. This is my favorite one. No, I know because I know who's protecting us. It's coming. Where's the phone flip? God damn it. Where's the phone flip? Iran is dropping bombs on UAE. Aren't you scared? Why is this the coolest? Dude, I don't know why. I watched so many videos of this one fucking phone flip. It's amazing. I don't know why they chose to use that video, but it's fucking hilarious. The aura farming phone flip. And there's so many more. There are so many of them. Of course, the UAE is in full domestic narrative control mode right now. UAE authorities warn sharing or reposting unverified content online can lead to legal action. For those of you who don't know, in Dubai, you can't literally say anything bad about the UAE or Israel. For those of you who don't know, you genuinely cannot even shit talk Israel in Dubai. Like you can get in trouble for that. Just true freedom, absolute freedom. Like it's the worst. Okay. Anyway, but you got to see this more. All the videos I've shared here were posted in the last 24 hours, so it's very clearly a manufactured trend. No, because I know who protects us. Damn, aren't you scared about the current situation in Dubai? Scared of what? They're the ones in control here. Look at that phone flip. He's aura farming. It's just, the phone flip is the best. It's the peak. Like Look at the way he fucking flipped that phone, dude. Where did they find this video? Where did they find this video? Why is this video the one that they think is the best one? Yeah, you live in Dubai, aren't you scared? Scared of what when they rule here? You're not ready for this phone flip? Oh, this one is the best one, of course. I'm obsessed with this video, the perfect encapsulation of everything evil about Dubai. I'm so thankful this exact person posted this exact video as a Dubai propaganda right now. Ian Miles wrong, ladies and gentlemen. He wanted to let you know, contrary to everyone's elation, he is doing fine in Dubai. Let's take a look. Your anti-Zionist mob banned me yesterday for hurting IDF's feelings. God forbid you hurt baby killers' feelings. Okay, well, now I'm banning you, okay? I don't want to hear any disrespect against my moderation team, you motherfuckers. You understand me? Dial it the fuck back. Ian, it's 3 a.m. in Dubai Club right now. In a Dubai Club right now, and the place is alive. You can't beat this city. He's so chopped. It's crazy. He's unbelievably he might be the most chopped man in the world. The loudest panic about Dubai is coming from people who live in countries that can't even manage basic infrastructure. 600 plus missiles and drones intercepted. No collapse, no chaos, no drama. When you're used to corruption, you assume disaster is normal. We're blessed to live in a place where that's just the norm. Now, here's the thing. Okay? Here's the thing. I don't think normal civilians should have to live in fear that they're going to get fucking drone striked, okay? Even if they're living in, slave labor colony Dubai, that is the safe haven for international sex traffickers, gun runners, pedophiles of all different sorts, of course. God forbid you smoke a joint, though. You will get killed. Okay. Well, not killed, but you will go to prison for a very long time. It's hard for me to defend Dubai. I mean, I probably would defend Saudi Arabia before I could defend Dubai. I'm gonna be honest. I just have so much personal smoke for Dubai. It is literally Arab Israel. It is literally Muslim Israel. It is so fucking unbearable. Oh, with one flip of his phone, who took out 34 Shahed drones. I love that this is the video that they chose. I don't know why they chose this video, but it's so based. It's so beast mode. He went beast mode on that fucking phone flip. Wait, what? Trump, in the midst of everything else, is doing a Zoran post? Oh my God, he knows his approvals are bad. He knows his approvals are bad. I was thinking about this the other day. Zoran Mamdani, genuinely, I mean, look, I talk to a lot of politicians and shit. I think Zoran Mamdani might be the only person in the country that is texting someone like myself and also Donald Trump, sometimes at the same time. I don't think there's another person that contains multitudes like Zoran Mamdani. It's ridiculous. But it is funny. It is funny that he's hitting the Zoran post. He's hitting the Zoran post when his approvals are dog shit underwater. Who does he text back first? Oh, Donald Trump, 100%. Donald Trump, absolutely. Meanwhile, a Korean streamer in Dubai reacting to a missile strike, showing a non-influencer reaction. Is that real? I don't know if this is real or not. This is probably fake. Let me hit you with a turbo flashbang of a tweet. Saw this on Reddit, and I swear it's like the Chinese, Singaporean influencers live in another world entirely. The twin terrorist states of Israel and the U.S. are bombing schools without consequence, and your first thought is, how can I make this a joke about running? Iran this, Israel that. I ran 5 kilometers and the pain is real. Oh my Lord. As he should, to be honest. No offense, Law. Trump has the chance to ruin the city. Yeah, no, I'm not fucking putting it past them. That's why I said, of course. Zoran has come a long way embracing, of course, the Declaration of Independence while at the Oval Office. Big progress. I like that the implication here is that Zoran Mamdani was not a fan of the Declaration of Independence until Donald Trump made him a fan. Zoran Mamdani, famously anti-Declaration of Independence, wanted to declare dependence until I came in. Until I did it, Donald J. Trump made him declare independence and like it. Zoran Mamdani, big-time monarchist, folks, believe it. He loved the monarchy. Told me personally, I love the monarch. I love the monarchy. Why is there a curtain? Do they sometimes close it and say not today? It's probably light pollution and light damage, chatter. But I love the idea. Not today. Oh, it's sun damage, dude. It's a fucking historic relic. If it's even the real one. They play peekaboo with it. Trump likes to close this sometimes and be like, this one's for me. Not today, my friend. Oh, it's awesome. Like turning your Jesus pictures around. Yeah, I don't want Jesus to see this. Not in front of the... Yeah, when Benjamin Netanyahu was giving him back shots, he was like, I don't want the Declaration of Independence to see this one. Close it off. Shutter the Declaration of Independence. We are no longer independent. We are very dependent on this beautiful day. Is this real? What is this? Oh God, so much of this is bullshit, dude. I hate the fucking AI videos. And then every time it's like, Grok, is this real? And Grok is like, yes, it's very real. It's the most real video that has ever existed. Trump is throwing shade on Pahlavi. I saw this. Yeah, I was going to cover this. The most rudderless, anchorless man in America. Reporter, do you think Israel boxed the U.S. into war with Iran? Oh, let's see what Schmuck Schumer had to say about that one.
Do you think Israel, forced the U.S.'s hand here, boxed the U.S. in on this?
Look, no one wants a nuclear war. No one wants a nuclear...
Wait. No one... whoa. I'm sorry, what? Wait, run that back, Chuck? No one was talking about nuclear war.
No one wants a nuclear Israel, but we certainly don't want an endless war, plain and simple.
Bruh.
What did I say? Oh, no. Got it. Let me say that again. No one wants an endless war, but we certainly don't want a nuclear Iran. That's for sure.
Bro, his donors about to crucify him. I mean, who doesn't think Israel has nukes at this point? Like, come on. What is this? This one is definitely real. Crazy footage of an Iranian missile cutting through Israeli air defenses, easily bypassing interceptors and striking a target directly. Keep in mind that these waves are only small and intended to drain the air defenses. What comes later will likely be much more powerful. Oof. I don't know if that one is AI. That might be real, but I don't. I will Your lawyers work quick. New City Council Ethics Committee voted to charge council member Vicky Palladino for disorderly behavior for repeatedly tweeting Islamophobic remarks. My lawyers send their regards. Oh, someone needs to do a side-by-side with the first tweet, second tweet. That's literally what the fuck that just happened. Making my haters my waiters at the table of success. Quickest pack watch of all time, dude. What the fuck? R.I.P. Bozo.
Damn, this guy's good.